Good morning, everybody. Rosa Ferre, I'm the co-director of TVA 21. I just want to welcome you all to all the partners, all the colleagues, all the friends of this amazing project that is called Bauhaus of the Sea Sailing. On behalf of TVA 21 and also on behalf of my co-director, Marcus Reimann, that he was not able to come today, but he was one of the instigators and one of the more genuine believers of this project that is finishing. For the ones that you don't know, Ocean Space or the Chiesa de San Lorenzo, we have been working here from 2019. We did some works for 2 years. It's just a way of telling that. In this chiesa that was closed for almost 100 years and had some small activations during the last 20 years. But from this opening, some years ago, we have been working here as a center of culture and science. I want to introduce you Eduardo Castillo, which is the brand new director of TVA 21 Academy.
Of the world hydrosphere. We have been working a lot for the last 10 years since the Academy emerged around the ocean, but also around other bodies of waters, and of course about what we call the expanded ecologies of the hydrosphere, and always through the work of artists and interdisciplinary practitioners. Like we always ask ourselves what's the role that art and, in a wider sense, culture can play into reshaping the future of one of the most critical ecologies of our planet, which is the hydrosphere and the ocean. And we do it in a way that we think that the role that artists and interdisciplinary practitioners can play is not only about raise awareness, but they can have like a central role into proposing alternative ways in which we can think about these different ecologies, right? We do that in very long-term sustained ways. Actually, like Rosa mentioned, Ocean Space, which is the headquarters of the Academy since 6 years ago. And probably you saw at the entrance when you came in, and here on your right side, the works of Nadia Haggins and Tessa Mars, which are two artists that we had the luck to work with for more than 3 years on a long-term initiative that we call The Current, that we have been doing for the last 10 years. The last 3 focusing into the Caribbean as the body of water we want to look at. But just so you know that basically what we are presenting today, Making Waves, Designing Regenerative Coastal Future, is a project that also has been taking place for 3 years, and in a way also showcase the way in which we always wanted to work in TVA, which is testing in specific sites and specific conditions, the role that artists, scientists, and practitioners can have into rethinking the future of our coastal ecologies. So really looking forward to what we're going to see today. Also, big thanks to the teams that put all this together, Eva, Uriel, Magellan, but also all the teams and coordinators of work packages. And without further ado, I pass the mic to Nuno Nunes, that's going to present what we have ahead for the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rosa. Thank you, Eduardo. It's always a pleasure to be back here. I'm just going to give you a general overview of what the project is, because I guess that some people here, I see lots of faces of people that worked in the project, but some perhaps might not be familiar with the details of the project. I don't know if the slides are in. Yeah, okay, let me see. And so, like Eduardo was saying, the ocean is probably the most vital ecosystem that we have on the planet. And when the European Union created this idea of a new European Bauhaus, I remember that I came to the Minister of Science of Portugal and told him Portugal needed to do something about this. And that's when I actually met Frederico and Mariana, who are two of the co-coordinators of the project. And from the beginning, in Portugal at least, there was a clear vision that this new European Bauhaus needed to be a joint venture between the world of art and culture and the world of engineering and science. So I was actually nominated by the Minister of Science, and they were nominated by the Minister of Culture. So in some ways, Portugal has sometimes these kind of visionary ideas. And then we came up with this idea of the Bauhaus of the Seas, and then this was way before there was even a call to fund the lighthouse projects. So this idea that we could not imagine, coming from Portugal, a new European Bauhaus without considering the ocean as the most vital ecosystem and the coastal cities where a lot of the European citizens, a lot of the world population is actually living, or even if they don't live next to a body of water, they probably spend vacations, spend time next to the bodies of water. So that's how the Bauhaus of the Seas sales was formed, as a vision, as a manifesto, and then there was a call and we applied. During that process, Venice and many other pilot cities joined the project, and I'm still happy to say that it's not happy, but I mean, at least we can say that it's the only new European Bauhaus lighthouse project that is coordinated by a southern European country, in this case Portugal, and includes a strong presence from Italy, with 2 cities included in the project. So, sorry that this is not. Okay. So the project actually includes 7 pilot cities, Lisbon and Oeiras in Portugal, Venice and Genoa in Italy. Then we have Antwerp and Rotterdam in the Delta. We have Hamburg and Malmö in the Horizon Strait. If you look at these cities, you can see that they represent a very different ecosystems. We have the lagoon in Venice, we have the river and the ocean in Lisbon and Oeiras. We have also, again, Hamburg is the river, and in Malmö we have a strait. So we have very diverse types of ecosystems, and each one of them was asked to look at some artistic and culturally inspired concepts. Most of them were just concepts that will be shown or exhibited in a place like Ocean Space. And then we were asking these pilot cities, would you like to adopt this concept in your city and see what happens throughout the process of 3 years? So these concepts, we call them drops. And the idea is this metaphor that these drops can fall in these rich ecosystems in the communities that could interpret them, and then the consequence of these drops is that they will have a rippling effect in the communities they have been activated by. The project itself is a very big project. We have 18 partners. In each one of the cities we have what we call the territorial partner. So here in Venice we have the municipality of Venice. We also have the Port Authority of Venice. Then we have what we call cultural partners. So in the case TBA here in Venice and in many other places, Gulbenkian Foundation in Lisbon and so on and so forth. And then we have the academic partners, which in the case of Venice here is Ca' Foscari and UAV University, but we also had the University of Malmö, of course, the University of Lisbon, and TU Delft that were helping and leading the more technical work packages of the project. So our approach is summarized in this image. You have the idea of these drops. you have these drops falling into the territory and trying to address some of the pressures or issues that we have in our cities. And we are now in Venice, but if you think about Lisbon, some of the problems are very common. We have the issues with climate adaptation. You also have the issues related to, for instance, migration, food chains. And so the idea was that these drops were going to address some of these problems, but always starting with this artistic and cultural perspective. In each one of the drops, we had a co-design process. This was actually work package 2 led by the University of Malmö. We actually published the co-design template, which is one of the most important deliverables so far of the project. So if any other city wants to adopt this approach, they can try to follow the co-design process. And again, this idea that you needed to involve the communities, but also what we call the C forums, establishing C forums and trying then to, using one of the most advanced models, of organizational models that include the voice of non-humans, which is the Zoöp led by one of the partners, the Hütniet Institute. And so this idea that the co-design process informs new ways of looking at the territory, it tries to push for new ways of organizing these shared common spaces through the Zoöp model, and hopefully this will bring about the change and will make these communities interpret the dimensions of the new European Bauhaus, the dimension of sustainability, the dimension of inclusiveness, this idea that you cannot move to a sustainable future if you don't include everybody in the process, and finally, finding new aesthetics. And in here, we try to push for what we call a relational aesthetics, the idea that we can only inspire people for a better future, a positive future, if you actually are able to engage them in a new type of aesthetics. And so we have these accesses. This is part of the co-design process. Of course, one thing that I would like to highlight is that if you drop something like a regenerative menu in Lisbon, it's obviously very different from a regenerative menu in Venice or a regenerative menu in Hamburg. So all of these concepts, when they fall in a given territory, the community is different, the materials, the resources around are different, so all of these drops, actually, when they fall in the territory, they form very different types of activations with the local community. So I don't want to go a lot into the details. It's been a pleasure to be coordinating this project with so many amazing partners and people, especially. I already acknowledged Marianne and Federico, who were the ones that started, but also people from TBA that, as you can see, worked so hard, Eva, Uriel, and many others, and of course, everybody that worked on this project to make it a success, as we think we have achieved. We will see in the last review meeting. And I just wanted to conclude by saying that, so here are the list of drops, by saying that you will today see many examples of these drops. Of course, many of these examples were actually happening in a community, so it's impossible to bring the community of Meravilha from Lisbon here to Oceans. Impossible is not, but it will take a lot of resources. But what you will see here is testimonies of how these drops developed in the different cities, how they engaged the community, how they generated new ideas that we didn't even believe they could have happened. And so you will see things from using bio-based materials from the ocean, from trying to create new forms of food that is more sustainable, to rethinking how architecture could change these coastal areas. So again, I would just like to conclude by thanking everybody that worked so hard in this project, not only the people that I mentioned, but people from all of the other partners. I know Anna Saravalli is here from the second work package. Also people from Ca' Foscari, Stefano, Fabio, Pitarello. I could not name all of them, but I'm really grateful for you having embraced this journey that we called, going back to what Rosa said, the Bauhaus of the Seas sails. So we see this as the first sailing of the Bauhaus of the Seas movement, and we are actively looking for funding to keep this journey going on, because we really believe we inspired a lot of people and we make an impact in the environment. Thank you.
So as Uno said, I'm Federico Duarte. I'm the communication coordinator of the project. I'll be kind of your MC for the day. So some very quick housekeeping mentions. We're going to be here until 5:30. There are 2 coffee breaks where you be able to also to warm up, because you probably realize there's no heating at the ocean space. So be warm, and pay attention to what you're going to see, because the way we designed today's event was around this idea of the table of curiosities. So we invited all the 7 pilots in the 7 locations to bring not only their images and their PowerPoints, as usually these events take place, but bring objects, bring things that happened and are testimonies of the actions and the initiatives that took place throughout these 3 years. So we will have a succession of the pilots, starting with Venice. And in the meantime, we will also have conversations that myself and Mariana Pestana will be moderating between different partners that will speak about specific aspects of the project. So stick around for that. There is also, in the research room, which is this tiny room adjacent to the main church, we kind of made a small exhibition that tells the human frame of the project. So you have all the names of all the people involved, but also photos that all include people that were involved in the last 3 years. And you have the kind of the process of the installation by Andrea Molina Cuadro that you can see here. And she will also be in conversation with Eduardo this afternoon. Lastly, in the research room, there's also a toilet, so that's also important for you during the day. And we will finish with a keynote lecture by the Italian researcher Laura Tripaldi. So stick around for that. Thank you very, very much. I also thank everyone in the team. We'll keep talking during the day. And I will call the Venice pilot to the room, to the table. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. The Venice Lagoon is a good example of social ecological systems. Means that there is a strong evolutionary process across the century between humans and the nature. With the nature that, with the human that deeply modified the environment, but also with the environment that in some way affected people. And for starting, we want to show you an example. This is a traditional fishing gear, and is from our perspective, a good example of the co-evolutionary process. Traditional fishing gear in Venice were quite numerous. In some cases, we have the same species that was exploited with a different fishing gear in different seasons. This means that fishermen were able to exploit the same species following it across the entire life cycles. And this fishing gear was created for walking across shallow water areas, mainly on better seagrass meadows for fishing shrimps. And in some way, the second issue that we want to focus on is that was a fishing technique that in some way we can imagine as sustainable. Was a commercial fishing gear, okay? But you can imagine that the impact of a fishing gear that is based on walking on shallow waters is not so efficient. So in some way could represent, as I said, an example of small impact fishing activities. And on the other way is a good example of the link between humans and lagoon environment, a strong connection between humans and and natural environment, with the idea that was on the basis of the pilot of Venice, that in the past, at least, Venice was a city on the water. But across the time, and mainly in the last half century, the situation strongly changed, and actually we are looking at Venice as a lagoon on the water. That is not the same.
So if you look at this table and if you look at the photographs that are on the screens, we have selected some example of how this strong relationship with water was something that characterized the life of people, Venetian, for centuries. And this is something that happened until the 20th century. So these are some photographs that belong to one photographic fund, were a snapshot that were taken by Tommaso Filippi at the end of the 19th century, and these photographs, the narration is about a strong relationship with water, so the idea that in the water you can travel, you can do business, you could do everyday activities, you could swim, and so something that is not possible nowadays. But also the other set of photographs are very interesting. They belong to the 20th century, after World War II, where the lagoon was still a place where people went for working, for healing, because there was an hospital that was dedicated to children. It was very important. It was the last hospital of a long series of facilities that through the century granted the Venetian to be in good health. So this is something that unfortunately belongs to the past. And so today we are in a very different situation where this relationship with water has profoundly changed. And one of the examples of this new kind of relationship is brought by this tool. This is a cart. It's a cart that is commonly used by Venetians, especially seniors living in Venice. And this is a testimony of the fact that the main way to travel through Venice nowadays is by foot. And this is a good thing on one side for most of us that are used to get a car for doing this, but is at the same time a problem for accessibility. And so what we did, one of the first thing that we focused on in this project was to have a keen attention towards one of the most fragile communities of the city, that are the seniors. We have renamed them the Blue Seniors for underlying that there are difficulties that are related to the age, but there are also specific difficulties that are related to the fact of living in a city where moving is not easy, where even the fact of getting out of the apartment can be a problem because of stairs, and there are a lot of bridges, of course, in Venice. And so this is where we started from for trying to understand more, to get in touch with the communities of seniors, and try to get in touch with them was one of our primary concern during the early phase of the project. So what followed next was to imagine solution for trying to somehow find a way of reconnecting people to the lagoon, and we did through different types of activities, and this is the first type of activities that we perform.
The idea was to explore the level of connection of Venetian people, mainly Blue Senior, with the lagoon. And in doing this, we decided to have with them some field trips. We move around of 300 people, 600, sorry, yes, across the lagoon in a different season. And discussing with them if they have knowledge about the places that we are exploring, and they feel a connection with that places, with those places, and with the lagoon environment. Discovering, for instance, that some senior spend the entire life downtown, often without exploring the lagoon by boat. This means that in the last more than half century, these people simply live inside Venice, just moving across Venice, walking, without using boat, and without go outside the boundary in some way of the city. And this was amazing in some way because, again, if we think that Venice was a water city, this means that both and the channels and water have to be the main component of the city. And discovering that people were not so connected was a critical issue in some way. On the other side, however, we also discovered that they remind the past, and as children that they use the lagoon as we saw before in the historical pictures. And so we use this field trip for not increase, but in some way rise the awareness that each people have inside in some way. We discuss with them the importance of the lagoon, of the role of the lagoon ecosystem for the entire city, for them also, obviously. Discovering, for instance, that Venetian people in Venice need for this reconnection with the lagoon, also for healthy condition in some way. And so this is the first issue.
I would like to add that if you have seen it at the screen, you have seen also that there were not only seniors, but there were also students, university students, which represent the future of the city. And so for this reason, we deem important to involve them in these field trips as well. But this is not the only thing that we did with students, as I will explain later. These are an important activity that occupy most of the time of the project, but we try to involve also the younger generation. And so these are testimony of a different initiative that we did in San Sebastiano. So we organized with the Venetian partner, of course, an event that was a multifaceted event focused on regenerative menus, but also on, again, raising the awareness, and the awareness was raised in this case thanks also to the collaboration with artists that invented activities for the young children. So Barena Bianca was our partner for this, but we have also the Museum of Natural History that contributed to these educational activities. Okay, so I think that we can move back to the next step.
Is the hard life of Venetian people.
Yeah. Okay, We have something for you in the carriage.
We decided to have on the table a couple of lagoon organisms. One is the blue crab, an example of a species that in a few seasons become one of the most important actor in the Venice life, since in some way was an invasive species and perceived as a big issue in relation to the fact that eating on bivalve mollusks is threatening the activity, economic activity of mollusks culture in not only in the lagoon but along the entire northwest coast of the northern Adriatic. And the second is a plant typical of salt marshes in the lagoon, Salicornia, that represent in some way an example of a plant that in the past was used, for instance, by fishermen as salt source on boat, but actually was discovered and was used inside new ideas of menus. And some restaurants, also in Venice, prepare some recipes with Salicornia. And so, moving from these two examples, we decided to have them as a central focus, because on one side, they allow us to talk about the ecosystem of the Venice Lagoon, the criticalities of the ecosystem lagoon, but also the services that the lagoon produce and deliver to Venetian people and all people visiting Venice. On the other side, we represent being inside the receipts an object of exploitation, and so recalling the ideas of reduced unsustainability of our exploitation of resources of the Venice Lagoon.
Okay, this was regenerative menus were one of the drops of our project, but as we stated in the beginning, the interest for the population, the interest for seniors was something that we explore also thanks to the use of digital tools. Digital tools have always been important for humanity. Tools are the way that we use for mediating the relationship with environment that we inhabit, and digital tools are no exception in this respect. So the idea here was to try to understand the needs, social needs, practical needs of the fragile population and find solutions. So we interview a lot of seniors, like 200 seniors, for having a full understanding, and that was the start for the design of more than 50 conceptual projects of digital platform, supporting them in different type of activities, ranging from culture to practical need, as I said, to all activities that are relevant for the life of seniors. And for doing that, we get in touch with the communities of seniors, starting from the communities that is based on the pilot area of the project, but then we moved also to other parts of Venice, like the Giudecca, Murano, and Castello, and that was very important for making the project grow. And the result was, at the end, the exploration of a design space with 12 teams that we leave as a seed for the future. But the result, one of the results is also the delivering of a digital platform that will be available at the end of the month. It will be called the Regenerative Lagoon platform. It will be a website with recipes, that will be brought by seniors, connected to what we call ingredients, but are also animal and vegetal species living in the lagoon. So it's like I mean, food is an occasion for understanding more about the environment that we live. And so that was a part of our project. And another important activity was focusing on urban studies for the pilot area, which is a very important area in Venice, which undergone several transformations during the century. That was the site of the first modern harbor of Venice, but also the site for industrialization. And and still there are remains, very important remains of the traditional urban fabric, like for example the churches and the usual kind of buildings that you can find in the traditional Venice. So in the pilot, workshop was organized, and a number of students in design and architecture took part to the workshop, and then they proposed solution meant to reconnect this area to the rest of the city and to the lagoon, most of all. Okay, these are some images of the workshop that we are showing, and a part of the project was also dedicated to implement some activities of tactical urbanism. So we have benches that were installed in the port area for granting the population new point of views, because often we don't have time, we don't have places to rest, and so these benches were an occasion for doing that, and we should have some images showing this example. And yeah, okay. So so that was what we did, and that was a workshop that became also a public exhibition in Venice, that was organized in September during the last year. So I was just waiting for some of the benches to appear, and okay, so these are the benches. Okay, these are the benches. Okay, so that was the part that was related to the urban study. We have a last part to show you, which is about replication. So we try to bring a lot of people in the lagoon, and sometimes it was not possible, and at the same time we wanted to provide a more rich experience, and for doing that we used again technology, and technology was used for providing an augmented experience, trying to provide more information, more immersion about the environment that can be seen over the surface, but it is available under the surface. And so this was a relevant part of the project for replication, but the complementary part that we did was also to try to bring the lagoon to the homes, to the site of people, fragile communities that don't have the opportunity to visit the place. And so for that reason, we got in touch with senior communities on the mainland and let them try this feeling of being immersed in a very different and helpful environment. So I think that we are done. Okay. Thank you for the attention.
No, don't switch off.
Thank you very much, Fabio and Fabio. This was a presentation from the Venice pilot, and now we proceed. We sail forward to Hamburg, where Katinka Versendaal will present the work that she's been doing as the project's pilot leader and coordinator. So Katinka has been working on the regenerative menu typology across cultural institutions, starting with the Hallen, which is the project's partner, but as you will see, working across disciplines, from chefs to farmers, from fishermen to cooking school. So welcome, Katinka. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to start by pushing a button. Hold on. I've been introduced, so second, I'm going to start with a statement, and I'm going to read you a little dash of the work it's been doing, which is, in order to live, we must eat. Food is the one thing we must consume every single day. It is our most reliable source of pleasure and the cause of one of our greatest demands on the natural world. It embodies more directly than anything the struggle between our internal and our external needs. Through the simple act of eating, we metabolize the world around us. It becomes incorporated into our physical bodies, a daily reinforcement of our intimate bond with the non-human world. Through time, human appetite has resulted in ecological changes, and ecological change, in turn, will result in humans needing to change their food habits. This means, in the context of this project, that the table becomes a laboratory for understanding and shaping food futures. Eating becomes a method of inquiry to unveil and explore the impact of planetary transformations within the superlocal and current present time context. In this sense, we use gastronomy as a tool for speculation on desirable futures, as well as for reflection on the present crises. This thought were the fundament of moving forward and the core of the research questions that we used in the Hamburg pilot. And I'll show you a quote, which is also at the core of what we've believed and wanted to achieve, which is the rethinking of our relationship with food. This hyper intimate bond should be rooted in a greater awareness of the entanglements of life systems that it actually depends upon. And the question then becomes, how can our food choices be choices that are, instead of extractive, instead of destructive, can become choices of regeneration, of healing habits and food ways. We started exploring this in the context of our host institution is Dijksterhalle, and in the context of the exhibition Survival in the 21st Century. This exhibition has been on show May to November 2024. And this exhibition talked about how survival is a matter of learning, unlearning, relearning, learning to think differently, act differently, to speak differently, and even to feel differently. As a public outreach program, we've developed the School of Survival, and this consisted of 2 living labs, which in a way very practical, a kitchen and a classroom, where we, next to this amazing art that was on show, which expressed these concepts and these thoughts, the school was there to really develop the skills, the techniques. How do we do this collectively? How do we build a community? But also, how do we cook in this context? How do we have these new vocabularies for the future, etc.? This has been a program that has been hosting over 100 workshops, talks, different speakers from within Germany as well as from outside, tapping into both the global discourse as well as the very hyper-local conversations. And this is also where I connect to the first object on the table. So I brought the catalog, and we named the catalog a manual for survival. So as we all are familiar with the catalog, it has the collection of works exhibited. It asked each individual artist the question, how do you relate to survival? But about a quarter, maybe even 1/3 of it in the back is a piece on the school, on the vocabulary of the future, on speculative gastronomy, so in the coffee break, invite you all to also browse through it. As well as here, the publication, or a bit more of a newspaper on the food aspect of it. I am trying to click to a next slide. So the question is, if we talk about ingredients, these are more than human beings. These are everything, every single thing that we eat is alive. It be plant, animal, fungal, bacterial, even. So the question was, how can we learn to listen to these beings better? How can we be in conversation with them? And what skills do we need to develop to do so? And perhaps to no one's surprise, they don't speak any human languages. So we started to look for what we call speaker for the living. I believe that later today, actually right after me, somebody will talk about the Zoöp project. We absolutely connected very eagerly to this in Hamburg. And one of the concepts that this brings is the speaker for the living, the understanding of who could advocate on behalf of living beings and the web of life at large. We extended that within the Hamburg pilot a bit more to multiple people, including farmers, fishers, chefs. And this specific person, Eckhard Pantz, I might be slightly in love with him. He and his family have been fishing a very specific 25 kilometers of the Elbe River for over 400 years. He uses passive gear, which I'll speak about in a second. But that means that we, in the context of this project, understand him as a vital part of the ecosystem, as a custodian. He inherited it from his father. He hopes to pass it on to his children. So, therefore, also the way he cares for this specific part of the river is very much ingrained into his way of being, his way of life's rhythms. The moment he wakes up in the day is connected to the ideal moment for the fish to be. So this is why I connect to the second object on the table. I think most first row can see it, but you will jump in soon. And that's the fishing gear that he uses. This is a scale model, 1:5. In real size, it's most of his parts are over 4 meters. And he puts them in the water with sticks. So I have kind of small clips. They do not fully resemble how it's attached to it, but it gives you a good idea of how this fish navigates. We call this passive gear, so it's standing, and the fish in a way has a choice, opposed to, for example, trawl netting, where everything is everything that passes into the net is caught on willingly or unwillingly by choice of or animal selection, etc. So the particular part here is that the fish touches upon this first net, and it can go either left or right, or through, because this is also a specific size of maze. So they know we won't catch sexually immature animals, for example. And it goes in, and it kind of swims itself stuck. But as you can see, it's quite spacious in here. So it's what they call also a live net. So these nets are being, it will keep these animals alive, and they will not suffocate in there until they're caught and picked up by the fishermen. So this specific gear is used by these type of traditional fishermen, and you see that there's a kind of eclectic mix of fish coming in. He fishes specifically for eel, which is the most profitable fish these days in the north of Europe. But also invasive species like the hairy mitten crab, which is a Chinese, from Chinese descent, and invasive, considered invasive. I would like to see the slide. Thank you. So, of these people, we've been creating a documentary. We started interviewing them. We found this so inspiring that we really thought we need to share this more. So before the exhibit opened, me and Joe Sartorius have been filming this and creating this into a documentary that was shown at the exhibition. I will show you a very small trailer at the end of it, at the end of my presentation. But this documentary and this work also informed our fellowship program. So within the School of Survival, we created a fellowship program that invited local chefs and international artist practitioners into thinking with us on this specific territory of Hamburg. For the chefs being from there, this was an expansion of their practice in a way of cooking skills. For the artistic practitioners, it was bringing in the global discourse into these conversations while them adapting to a new territory that they are unfamiliar with. So understanding their work as a methodology. We understand within the fellowship cooking as a practice in radical conviviality. So as an interspecies collaboration. And then I move for a second here to a few bottles and jars that we have, which are products of ferments. And I think fermentation is one of those great metaphors if we're talking about interspecies collaboration, because you can chop up some vegetables, put it with salt, put it in a jar and leave it for 2 weeks. That's a recipe. But if instead you imagine or you understand as I am asking a microbial community to collaborate with me, and they prepare my food or our food, make it the nutrients more accessible, make it tastier, preserve it for a longer time. And in exchange, because this is a reciprocal relationship, in exchange, we create the optimal situation for them to thrive, temperature-wise, climate-wise. Bringing this idea into a kitchen also created this living lab as a redesign of a kitchen. Who's cooking? On which timelines? Bacteria often need much longer than humans to prepare dinner. So one of our fellows started collaborating with, let me call them by name and last name, Aaron Hazepush, which is what I would call our example story. He is the founder and chef of restaurant Klinker, who dedicates itself to a vegetarian cuisine with strictly northern German ingredients. Northern Germany has a season where there's things growing out of the ground between May and October. The rest of the time, it's too cold. There's not really that much going on except for cabbage. So to extend the season, they already started fermenting. And what you see here is a calendar of ferments. So they follow the seasonalities in their fermentation. They have over 1,500 of these jars in their basement. And they're able to serve all seasons all year round. And this is the moment they started the fellowship. And their proposal was to create a next step, koji. For those who don't know, koji is the base for shoyu, soy sauce, for miso. Introducing not a one-year cycle, which is already super uncommon for restaurants, because you place your orders on Sunday night, you have them on Tuesday, ready for lunch. So they already created this idea of instead of thinking in 1 week cycles, we're thinking in cycles of a year. And through the koji, they started thinking in cycles of multiple years. And that means that now, actually quite recently, because we're past 1 year, they started serving these results in the restaurant. They now have an actual lab in the restaurant, and they started serving these products that they made themselves. And if, artistically speaking, this adds so much to the northern German palette. This is like giving a painter new colors. We are very happy for them and very proud that also this got recognition, and they got this year a Green Michelin star. So I'm super happy for them and super proud that this also gets the publicity that it absolutely deserves. A side effect of having these cycles in the restaurant means that they truly can be only sourcing from the north of Germany. And a second, it has a social consequence. Every single staff member can have 1 or 2 days off during Christmas, which is unheard of in hospitality, because all of their preparations already is in harvest season, and it's ready in the basement for the time that it's peak season. So it also creates a different social environment within the restaurant. And what we are, of course, super glad about, as soon as we closed the exhibition, we started creating a culinary curriculum for the culinary school. And he became a teacher, and he's passing on these skills as well to the new generation of chefs. So talking a bit about what is the outcomes of a project like this. Well, as I hinted on this, the fellowship program, all local chefs have been involved, as well as a regenerative farmer, in building a culinary curriculum, a regenerative curriculum. That is, we piloted it earlier this year before summer break, and now it's part of the yearly program. So every time the first greens pop up in April, the students will go to the farm, and after that have multiple classes in fermentation and head-to-tail use of animal products within the culinary school. So we're super happy about this. This quite a big step for a traditional institution like a culinary school. And second, all of the work done by the fellows, as well as the research, as well as the recipes, the supply chain, have been collected in a platform that will live on long after Bauhaus of the Seas, which is called The Dash Knows Everything. The fish knows everything, the soil knows everything, the fungi knows everything, and God knows what more. So this is also in a way an invitation for artists and chefs to start further collaborations in different localities. And so that's this platform. And the second, the School of Survival, is going to get a 2.0. So we're moving to Berlin as of next year. And it looks like that will be also a more permanent setup, where radical conviviality, so the food aspect, is going to be one of the departments as well. And now I would like to show the last bits on the table here for a second, and then I'll quickly show the 2 minutes trailer of the documentary. So here the table, I hope you can see it well, is a part of what we did is understand every single, so the fellowship, the curriculum, the methods of working, the understanding of the speakers of living, fishers, farmers, as something that is a method that can connect to different contexts. Second, somehow we also came across different localities that have various crustaceans that are wreaking havoc here in the waters. So this one is actually Hamburg. This is a Wollhand crab, a hairy mitten crab, a Chinese hairy mitten crab. It's the season right now. They're an absolute delicacy in China. In Hamburg, they have a really hard time figuring out what to do with it. So let's support that. The second one is the American crayfish. One of our pilots is also Rotterdam. And specifically in the Netherlands, it came, as all of them did, through the ports. And they come out of the waters and roam the streets at this point, even. And the last one is, of course, the blue crab, named after its bluish hue on its exterior body parts. So we believe, however, different reason, different context, that the methods we developed are able to be transferable to different contexts. I'm going to close my presentation with the trailer of our documentary called "To Speak on Behalf of the Living." Thank you.
Thank you, Katinka. This was a wonderful navigation of your project. And of course, feel free to speak with Katinka and all the other pilot leaders throughout the day. And of course, we're going to go to coffee break soon. But before we go to coffee break, I welcome to this side of the table Klaas Kautenbrouwer from the New Institute, Michael Palmgren from the Marine Center in Malmö, and my colleague Marianne Pstene. You can have a microphone as well. I think we have a next. Oh, thank you, Katinka. Super, thank you. Clicker, yeah. There's not much to click here, but Marianne, go ahead.
Thank you.
So we're going to talk about the Zoöp and the Multispecies Academy, Multispecies Assemblies, which is an important part of the project.
Yes, I think when we started the project, one of the key ideas that I think is very simple but really transformative was to think of the city as an ecosystem, right? To think of the cities we were working with as territories that extended into the sea or into the river and to the body of water. And so one of the things that was really important from the beginning, or a big question for us, was, so how do we listen to this body of water? How do we, if we're going to consider it, if we think of the city as an ecosystem, how do we even begin to think of the possibility of a democratic system, of an assembly that includes these bodies? And soon into the project, I think we were still cooking up what this Bauhaus of the Seas could be. We met with Klaas Kautenbrouwer of the Het New Institute, and we began discussing these things. So I wondered, we are also joined by Michael, who is a speaker for the living. Those of you who don't know about what the Zoöp is will understand this in a minute. But Michael is living proof that this is working, that this system is working. But Klaas, I wondered if you could maybe begin by telling us a little bit about how the project started, how this idea came about to you. And when we met, this was right, you were just giving the first steps of the Zoöp.
We're actually, in terms of the development of the Zoöp, we're in historical grounds, because at this very space in September 21, the first version of the then not yet practiced idea for the Zoöp model was presented at Ocean Space. It started a couple of years earlier for me with actually coming in touch with two motivating elements. One was reading the then new IPCC report. And I guess all of you will recognize such a moment, like you know these things, but that's the moment you begin to feel it in your body. That's begin with you when you feel like not only really worried, but also really like, also I need to do, I cannot just talk about these things anymore, I need to do something about this. The second element, which is crucial, was learning of the first rights of nature implementation, Wanganui River in New Zealand. I heard of it in 2018. It happened earlier, and I realized, and this touches on the role of the speaker for the living. I realized that if the river represents itself in formal situations, in court, for instance, then it's represented by human guardians. So members of the Wanganui iwi, the Maori people that live on the border of the Wanganui River. And to my first, in my first interpretation, I guess to all of us, this sounds a little bit odd. Like, how can humans represent a river? Like, there seems to be this insurmountable gap between these two extremely different bodies. But the fact is that the Wanganui iwi actually, very much like the example that Katinka showed, they care for the river, they live off the river, but also maintain it, help it do what the river does best, help it to also take care of other beings. So also the river is considered very much their living ancestor, which is, again, sounds odd, but yeah, realizing that your bodies are made of 60% of water. This is the exact same water that flows through the river it's not such a strange idea if you consider yourself as part of an ecosystem. And I think this is the key, that the Wanganui iwi is not just thinking of itself as an ecosystem, but actually is a fully fundamental, useful element, symbiotic element in this ecosystem. And then, yeah, then it becomes obvious. Like if you want your ecosystem to be represented in court, then look for the members that speak English. Yeah, then it. And so, in a way, a speaker for the living is a citizen in an ecosystem, considers itself member, and is in a way useful species, as humans can be useful species. This became key element. Sorry, should I continue on the Zoöp model, or
No,
I'll wait for another question?
I think, so then the next question is, what legitimizes somebody to become a speaker for the living, right? So that process of the choice and the selection was something that was really complex in the context of the project. You did a series of workshops, of meetings. Maybe you could tell us about that and then lead to the selection of Michael,
Yeah,
for example.
We asked all the pilots to look for people, thank you, yes, to look for people that would be able to take up this role, to speak on behalf of. This is not an easy question. This is also really, our scientific tradition really sits in the way of such a question. Like you're not supposed to consider yourself as able to represent other species. The anthropomorphism is the first line of defense in a way. You're criticized of anthropomorphism. But in fact, like I think, to a different extent, all of them, but particularly I would say Michael here and also Hannes Heune of the Hamburg pilot are very much the people that already have this innate, or no, it's not innate, but developed sense of being a custodian of an ecosystem. And so, yeah, I think Michael is a fantastic example of somebody who is actually a speaker for the living for a long time, and also naturally took up this role in the Malmö pilot.
Should I? Yeah, okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
We are being moderated here, so take it away.
That's great. Yeah. I had considered myself a speaker of the living for many years before this actually came through, because I have been diving, researching in the strait for over 35 years in the southern part of Sweden. So I have discovered all the beauty, all the fascination of the species down there. And when this come to the Bauhaus of the Sea Sails, I just voluntarily, I want to speak for the living. I am the eelgrass, I am the cod and the flatfish, I am a part of the ocean, as you all are. You are a part of the ocean. And if we're talking about Malmö as it's a really multicultural city. We have 184 or 86 countries, nationalities in Malmö. That's great. But when we're talking about diversity, we're talking of just one species. We must include the other species. We are depending on the other species. We need them to collaborate with them. So that's the way of doing it.
Sorry, I'm reading this question now. I think this is an important...
Could I say deadlines and budgets?
Yeah.
Because that's far from speaking for the living. But in Malmö, for instance, we made a memorandum of understanding together with the city of Malmö, the universities. Could that apply that?
No, can I say something about this? Because I think this is crucial. Because so you can consider, take a small group like a pilot team and agree among each other that one of us represents. It will have the consistent task to speak on behalf of the and other than human beings that are part of our ecosystem. But you took it one step further. And I think here is where we get a really we reach a really important level, namely how to formulate not just a project or a mode of working, but how to formulate a kind of multi-species politics. And I think you took the abilities of the Zoöp model here to a really interesting a new direction. In a way, they're so formally, in this case we didn't do that, but we did create an enabling environment, but in all other cases, a Zoöp is established by signing a contract, which creates a space in which you formally agreed to install a speaker for the living, then has this task. You create a space in which the speaker for the living can have, has a mandate in a way. And if without that mandate, it's harder. Then you meet all kinds of hostilities and misunderstandings. So what you did not, because in our case, the pilot was already had the mandate situation, so we didn't need this contract that much. But what you did is use this idea of the mandate and stretched it into the whole political body of Malmö. So what you've done is you've applied practical zoonomics, and you've taken everybody, or everybody who was in touch with your project, and made them agree to mandate you in the role of speaker for the living. So basically creating a circumstance in which a whole lot of learning can take place, which otherwise kind of is, sits inside your project and doesn't extend there. So I think this was a fantastic move.
We thought it was quite necessary to do that because the politician has a role here. The directors or the departments has a role here. We can't act alone, so we must start somewhere. And that was a really beautiful thing when they write the memorandum of the understanding. So
can you say that? Like, was it met with? I mean, we went back and forth about it. It was not easy to get them sign these things, right?
No, because it's quite hard to talk about it.
Yeah.
Speaker for the living. We are living, everyone here, but we need to include the other species here. We have roughly 12 million other species on this planet, and in the ocean we discover 1,000 to 2,000 new species every year. So it's a lot of species we missed. So let's collaborate, and we need it now when we have sea level rise, the climate change. If you have read the latest report on the ice melting, the Venice here, the 50 meters up, 2,300, year 2,300. So we need to adapt the nature-based solution and everything.
Yes. But Michael, in practical zoonomics, like who were you representing, and for how long?
And how did the others accept you as representing them?
I think they accepting me to be a speaker of the living for everything in the water. Yes. We haven't signed an agreement for this period of time, but it's the 3 universities, World Maritime University, the UN University, Malmö University, and the Swedish Agriculture Science University, and there are associate other parties, association, and the white architects. So there are different partners here.
Can I ask a question? Is that,
Sure. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
You touched upon this already. Like, in a way, what we learned through doing Zoöp, and also, in a way, what's the role of the speaker for the living, is to facilitate this learning process. That means that, in a way, you're looking for a moment in which this multi-species politics is no longer dependent on you. In a way, that's the moment when all of the people involved have become speaker for the living, have been able to see themselves as members of ecosystems, able to act like a useful species for other species, which includes eating. You're not allowed, you're allowed, as Akatinka pointed out, you're allowed to eat. All animals eat, all plants eat. But you do this in such a way that other species can thrive as well, not at the expense of. So can you say something about the extent to which you feel others adopted, like got familiar with the idea that they could also maybe become, well, maybe learn to some extent to also become speakers for the living?
I think
maybe it's too soon to say something about it. But
yeah, but I think there's a seed going on here and I think our ocean ambassadors, you will hear them later this afternoon. They are brilliant. But we took it from a level that we invited everyone to participate in an open call, and then we just adapted the work with the ocean, because it's hard to have. How can we make the invisible visible? Because under the surface, mostly everything is invisible. So that's a thing.
Yeah. Sure. I just wanted to give some context, because you mentioned the ocean ambassadors, which is, so as we apply the multi-species assembly pilot, or pilot typology to all the locations, so all the locations, all the 7 locations of the project had a sea forum, so it was a place where we invited very different stakeholders and members of the local community. Each had also a speaker for the living, such as Michael, but there's also many other, such as Simona from Genoa, Marco from Oeiras, Paula from Lisbon, and others who are in the room. Then we had the ocean ambassadors, who were people or representatives of collectives who speak or have a connection to the ocean, so they include artists, activists, researchers. Some of them you also hear not only from Malmö, but for example from Lisbon after the coffee break. And then we had the creative agents. So, and sometimes, as you'll see, I'll invite you during the coffee break to go to the research room, where you have all the different names of all the different locations, where you can see who are these people. And sometimes they are the same. So in Malmö, for example, many of the ocean ambassadors are also the creative agents. And so how do you, from your experience, and maybe Klaas, from your experience having gone through all the different locations and then understanding how it adapted in practical terms, what surprised you the most? Was it a specific insight or outcome that you like to highlight?
Ooh.
I guess you weren't expecting that one.
Yeah, I had to. I think before I try to answer that one, I think it's really important to acknowledge that we also had to learn a lot. I mean, when we started, there was only one Zoöp, Nieuw Instituut, but now there are 14. 12 in the Netherlands and 2 in Flanders. Oh no, 1 in Flanders, 1 in London coming up. Sorry, that's, yeah, anyway, we're in 14 now. And the Bauhaus of the Seas also, in a way, have forced us, but also enabled us to figure out how to do this practically, how to do this also with people that are not fully on board with, let's say, the regenerative discourse or the post-human philosophies. We're not out there to teach people anything about it. We're just trying to demonstrate that you're part of an ecosystem, and trying to give a small, very handy vocabulary that allows people to see themselves. Basically, this is the relational dimension. It's mentioned before in the aesthetics, but we basically work with people to make a map of the ecological relations in which they're involved. And so one of the things that surprised me, now I'm answering your question, is that this turned out to be much easier than expected. So that we actually didn't need to bring in a whole lot of other references. It's just once you start drawing your ecological relations, like this body supports that one, that hinders that one in this particular way, and you can start seeing that some of those supporting or obstructing relations are actually, in a larger sense, supporting a living community or not. And these are not that hard questions to answer at all. So in an unexpected way, I saw that, let's say, the way the Wanganui iwi, maybe they don't do relational maps, don't get me wrong, but to understand themselves as involved in all kinds of supporting and constraining relations, that mode of thinking is not hard at all to translate. It's actually quite obvious. So in a way that people are able to recognize themselves as members was surprisingly easy. And I think this is a consistent insight.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, and this is really interesting, because in the beginning, and we'll have to close this session, but maybe it would be good just to remember that when we started imagining this idea of interspecies assemblies, or multi-species assemblies, we called it, we really had no idea. We had some projects that we were running at Technico, we knew some other projects, and then we researched, we found this one, right? And it was very difficult to explain at first what this idea was. It just sounded so esoteric. And now I think it's really rewarding to see that after 3 years, we are in the municipalities, in the cultural centers, in the universities, all very easily talking about who's your speaker for the living and who's yours.
Yeah.
And that's fantastic. So maybe and I wanted to ask you, Michael, so after the Bauhaus of the Seas, will you continue to be a speaker for the living, you think?
Yes, of course. I have been that for a long time. But I would point out some small one. We need to work moving from see the nature as a resource. We must move to be working within the nature. So that's my last, yes.
Great, I think we can wrap up and go for a coffee break. So we have a 30-minute coffee break now, which I think you may feel a bit cold, so it's also an opportunity for you to move around, visit the research room, check out Andrea Molina Cuadro's installation, and we'll keep sailing. So be back in 30 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, guys. So, please find your seats. You will find, some of you will have a piece of paper on your seat that we ask you to keep for the Oeiras presentation, the pilot team. No, for Oeiras. So we will start with Lisbon, and I welcome to the stage the members of the Lisbon pilot team, which are Ana Silva Dias, Rafael Calado, Gonçalo Folgado, Jeremy Morris, and Rain Wu. Gonçalo Folgado will be let's say, hello? Gonçalo will be oh, I'm back. He'll be the main presenter. So just one piece of information. It's great that you are taking photos. Please do. Make sure you tag our project Bauhaus, at Instagram, Bauhaus Seas, and so we can also amplify your message. And let's hear it for the Lisbon pilot. Gonçalo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning for everybody that is in here and that will be following us in the social media and everything else. My name is Gonçalo Folgado. Yeah, and I'm from Lisbon, as you could see, and I will be hosting this presentation, and I would like to thank the municipality, the universities, and all the partnerships for deploying the true confidence of putting me on the floor in this moment. I hope not to disappoint, although I must say that I'm a little bit disappointed because yesterday somebody promised me an ombrella going from here, fire speeds, horses, and I'm not seeing anything at all in this presentation. So just the little note. So our project, our pilot in Lisbon, it was always along the river. That's why we call it water path. I've been in all the process as an ambassador, but also on the field. The work that I've been developing in the territory allows me to understand not only the project in terms of a strategical approach, but also on this grassrooted approach as well. So that's why I'm here doing this presentation. Initially, we started to understand the project, and it was meant to be in the sea hub, the future sea hub of Lisbon, but it was not possible. So we tried to understand, and we figured out a new approach, which was a more spread and much more, I would say, shattered along the cities, and also along the river coast and the water lines. And based on that, we have this kickoff of the project in Lisbon, which we gather around the table and try to understand also how can the project be deployed in the spot. After this, we went on the sea forums, and that's when the magic kicked in. We tried to understand what were we doing and where were we doing, who were we doing with it, and trying to understand that, I would say, the diagnosis of the project was designed in here with all the partners in a very participated way with all the civil society partners that we had in the project. After this, on this forum, we had reached to agreement to celebrate the Oceans Day. And this was the first time that the project went on the field, and specifically on this spot that you could see here on the map, in this part here, which is the BOSS container, the Bauhaus of the Seas container, which is a really, really cool infrastructure that's in Marvila, located in one of the most challenging and also enthusiastic territories on Lisbon, because this Marvila parish, it's really characterized by having two different realities within the same territory. We have one part of the parish which is fully engaged with new construction, and a very high status construction for very high profile people, let's say this way, and the upper part of the parish, it's a social housing territory
with a lot of strength on that part. So we have two different realities in here, and this container, it is a really. Can we go back to the container, please? And this container will be, and it's already a really strong pedagogical infrastructure that is helping us suing the territory to connect these bridges, to connect these two territories, to connect these two communities that that are co-living in the place. But going back to the Ocean Day presentation, we had it all. We had the biolab, which Rafael will be talking a little bit later about it. But it was a way for connecting river and community. We have a lot of workshops by understanding what is the river providing us and what are we not taking advantage of. And this workshop was a way to show that there are a lot of things that we could be doing, gathering up around the river materials and putting it into our lives, our quotidian lives. As you can see, it was a very rainy day on that Sunday, and even though the rain was really strong, we had it fully covered with people, because people are eager to understand how can they reconnect with not only with rivers but with the nature itself, because the city is part of the nature. It's a constructed, it's a man-made nature, but it's also part of nature because we as mankind, we are part of it. After this, we went to the library in Marvilla, so we went from down Marvilla to upper Marvilla, and we've brought it all together. So people from the most wealthy community, let's say this way, or the most privileged communities, to underprivileged communities into the library. And we have this round of conversation, which was really cool to understand and to ideate how might we be crossing city, river, food, and community on the democratical position, on a democratical approach. And to put this on real terms, because if you go to community, you have to have a little party. And it's not a party if you don't have food. And we have this wonderful fish stew that was made by connecting what is the most important thing to a community, which is their heritage, their patrimonium. And food isn't just about fulfilling a need. Food is culture. Food is heritage. And this fish stew was co-designed with the community itself, because we had the river as the motive. It was our leitmotiv to have this dish. How were we relating with the river, and how can we deliver, how can we deploy something for everybody that is visiting us, that is resonating with our heritage? And it was a really cool moment, and I think this was the moment that the community understood what were we doing, but most of it, or more than it, how can they be involved and to understand that their contribute was really strong for our ideas, because we may have the best ideas for the territories, we may have the best intentions, but we need to get people around these intentions in order to compromise what are our utopian ideas and what is the reality on the field. And that's what we were trying to do. After this, we work always on two scales, the local one and the international one, strategic and tactical. And we went once again to strategical and international. And this was a time when we have received our international partners once again to rethink the project, to receive some inputs that we might not having on the moment. And this was the moment that we have met Rain, and she has presented us with this wonderful ice cream, which once again, food takes the floor. It's about food, because it's also gathering people around the table and having them happy with, it's much easier to deal with people that are not angry, because if they're angry, they are going to be angry. So it's much more cool to make it happen. Afterwards, we had this wonderful workshop about Zoöp, which was a really cool think tank for us to rethink and to reshape once again our intervention on the field. And this was the leitmotiv once again, to go and to launch our residencies, where I'm going to pass the mic to Rafael, and he will be explaining a little bit about it.
Yeah, so Biolab serves somehow as a, I would say, a prototype for the Zoöp. That's just a disclaimer. We also received the residency, the artistic residency of Jeremy, but I would just tell that the Biolab was also a learning for us. It was the meeting point of researchers, citizens, and the artists. So for us was a first. We didn't have done it yet, so it resulted very well, and I will pass the mic to...
Can you please get your mic closer?
Yeah,
otherwise,
sorry.
we don't be having
Otherwise,
sound. And we have wonderful things to say and for people to hear.
Yeah, I was the best to do it. So maybe I just pass the mic to Jeremy, and yeah.
Hello, everyone. So I was part of the residency called A Flor do Tejo, Acordo Azulejo, which we, as Rafael said, started and sort of the Biolab nurtured our project because it's a community lab after all. And that's where we met all these scientists, and we did a lot of collaborations thanks to them, which actually brought the project to where it is today. And I think it wouldn't be that if it wasn't for all the collaborations we managed to do at the lab. And so being a community lab, we also involved a lot of the community. And we had workshops with general public, with architects, with ceramists, with also 150 children in Nazaré. So we really worked off a range of people in order to co-design and co-aestheticize the project. So part of the pieces they made are part of our final pieces also, which were shown later on in the cam, as you see. So the project was to reimagine azulejos, which you can see here, and based on only oysters and algae. So the project rethinks a material which is forgotten and lost because the banks of Lisbon used to be thriving aquacultures for oysters and one of the most prolific oyster banks before the industrial era. So part of the project is to bring awareness back to that and also rethink and show that oysters are keystone species in our ecosystem, and they're real act as bioengineers to help create healthier ecosystems. So we mainly use, well, only use waste from restaurants and different aquacultures to create this material which we used for tiles, and created a series of objects which create a mobile kitchen, which is also used for the community in Marvila. So it's a bit of a more experimental kitchen, but as you can see on that, there's a sort of gas hob, and those are tiles only made with the community actually. And we presented that whole project within the gardens of Cam in order to, and showcased all our ideas. And so just generally beautiful lighthouse, made with the same material. So as you can see, whether it's in that picture or on the table, there's sort of a various range of materials which have been produced with different styles and different aesthetics, and which showcase, I think an interesting idea around reusing bioregional materials which are from the Lisbon waterway. I think that's all for me.
So as you can see, this civic science is really fully functioning in Lisbon. We are getting around from the river new ideas of having new kinds of materials in order to make them work in the following years. Rain, I'll pass it to you. Go ahead.
So our residency looks at food as a starting point, and our approach was not to change food from one day to another, because there's a reason that traditional foods exist, because they're good and they work with the local food system. But we wanted to introduce gradual changes. We wanted to bring wild food into the center of the plate. We then found salinas the photo you are seeing now, which is the salt pans in the outskirts of Lisbon, and where there are lots of wild plants that are grown without irrigation, without any human interventions, and they thrive. They are full of nutrients, and they are very tasty. So we try to harvest some of those and then integrate them into the everyday dish through the use of spices. And the idea is that instead of creating new dishes that would change everything about your dining habits, we are introducing little changes that could be sprinkled on any food that you like. And so this change could be implemented to everyday life, and perhaps through Cam Kitchen, the Art Centre's new restaurant, cafe, as the kind of prototype area. We also worked with school children from Mavilla area, and we immediately understood literacy being an important part of eating more wildly. And so we did a game. We made a game, which you can see on the table here. Feel free to come and have a look, have a play afterwards. We made a sort of top trumps game where you can grade each of the plants. You write a little bit about them. You say some of the appearances to how they taste, how they smell, and their wow factor, which has, it's just entirely personal, so that children are going to what they're free. They have a free reign to discuss. So they do a little drawing, and then there's a little story, and all of this could be used to play a game. And
can we go back to the images, please?
So you can see this is the workshop format where these species were introduced. And then following that was the birthday of Mavilla Library, which is a very important community hub in Lisbon. And it's very nice as an artist, a designer, to be asked something so direct. We were asked, could you make us a birthday cake? And we have to think within that framework and make a birthday cake integrating some of the species that we researched on, found, and kind of tried to taste on. So this is a cake integrating some of the halophyte species. On top, you see Salicornia, which I know that you can also find in the Venice lagoon. And on the side, there are Sagedera, which grows so abundantly in the Salinas do Samuco that they grow it as car park hedges. That's kind of just to say the scale of these edible plants that are around. And then in between, we made layers of salted Salicornia caramel, and then we made a chestnut cake. This was around last year, this time, in the autumn, and later in an aperitivo, you will taste a little sample of another version of this cake made with chestnut. Chestnut being a wild, could be a wild, which often are gathered by family and activities. There's a recipe if you want to take one home and make yourself. And so we made a couple of dinners. The photos that you saw were the test in December last year, and now we move on to another dinner, testing it in a different season in June. And here we bring two of the residencies together. So myself, Ines, Mariana, also with Jeremy and Luca. We implemented this spice rack that we created together to sprinkle on different dishes, and in a poetic presentation, try to introduce the wild ways of eating into the center of the plate. Is there anything you want to add?
Go ahead.
I'd say, so in our collaboration, the idea is that we made these bowls because our mix was not only to make tiles, but also to make some sculptural elements. And so basically, the salicornia were harvested where there used to be a lot of oyster culture in the Tigris River. So sort of this bowl and of course the salicornia brings to life sort of two different areas where it shows one which is a lost resource, lost species, and sort of what is and now the new one. So it sort of brings together two eras, which is quite interesting.
I think both Jeremy and Rain illustrated in a very clear way what is the magic when you blend in artists, architects, scientists and community together. And from this point of this cultural, this heritage that we have about the salicornia, about the river, about the oysters, like it was brilliant to see these two approaches blending in, not only in a menu, not only in some products or some design products happening, but having them on this common denominator, which is the collective intelligence that is generated by the communities, reinterpreted from their point of views, and having these, I would say, these vectors of sustainability, local production or local products. Shooting for the future, because this will be the future. These new materials for construction, for reshaping the cities that we live in, this will be the future, and Jeremy and Rain and the project itself have contributed a lot to make this happen. And going back to the future, I'm going to present you that would be the lighthouses. What are going to be, or what were the seeds that the project has planted on the territory, on the field. And although we might be here celebrating the end of this cycle of the Bauhaus of the Seas in this very moment, back in Lisbon we are celebrating the fact that we have a vision, we have an endeavor to make. And Coletivo Guarda-Rios, River Skippers Collective, translating to the letter, they have this approach that in Portugal we had how do I say guardas florestais? Forest guards. We have these forest guards, but we also have these river guards that were people that were living in the margins of the.
Not anymore.
Okay.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Yeah, but we are recovering the idea. And these guys, they're a really cool collective. That is retrieving this idea of having people watching the rivers. After all, to understand what the non-human are speaking, are performing. And they bring this into these urban pedagogical activities. As you can see, they emulate how is a river built with the kids, in a very performative way, in non-formal education, which is much more fun for the kids to understand. And more than to understand, or 50-50, to understand and to spread the word. Because, once again, as cool as an idea could be, as cool as an idea can be powerful to impact the world, if that idea is not taken by the communities, is nothing but a good intention. And to do these things and to engage with kids, engage with communities in a way that they understand, that they like, that they are going to spread the word, that is the key. The spreading the word is the key. So we as technicians, we are all invited to make things impactful, serious, but fun and informal. We have to take that idea that we can't afford to be the best versions of ourselves. We have to take the risks. We have to integrate the mistakes and the errors in our process. And that makes us humans. And doing these kind of things makes us humans, makes us fun. And that's why kids are doing this, and they are asking for more. And the more they are asking, the more we provide them, because we have this container that is already a sewing point of two urban tissues that were no longer, that the communication between them, Upper Merville and Down Merville, it's not the best one, but this point it's I would say it's a rotular point between these two territories, which have the ecosystem, the city ecosystem, as leitmotif to engage with them. So as you can see, everything is happening in this point, and it's really cool to understand that this point is no longer a city point that is, I would say, focused on one community, but it's a focal point of the community itself. Has the library in Marvila, which is a community hub, a really powerful community hub, which is not only for these people in these neighborhoods, but it has also the power for dragging more people in. And what you are seeing here, it's for me personally, and I'm going to be really partial because it was something that we have provided. It's the idea of a thinking community that wants to act, that wants to interact, that wants to shape the city that they live in, and they want and wants to transform it. We started by doing this game, which is a local development manual, that you read it by playing with it. And we had 7 different tables that each one of them was talking about how can we bridge community, city, river, and foods on a democratical basis. How can I reshape my city, being part of the process, and having around the table universities, local power, my neighbors, and the NGOs that are working on the place, and also the small companies. And by doing this on the table and having this methodologic, really cool one, by the way, we were able to understand that 7 projects have emerged from those tables, and they are going to be the future lighthouses that are on the field. The first one would be, I would say, can you put the lighthouse in here, please? So this triangle between the library, the container, and the biolab, I would say that this would be the future of the Bauhaus of the Seas in Lisbon, and that's why we are really excited to understand that the seed was planted, and now nothing can stop us from creating this real bridge between the ecosystem and the city itself with the community. And this was Bauhaus of the Seas in Lisbon, the pilot. Thank you.
Thank you, Gonçalo. Gonçalo, so as you understand, he's one of the ocean ambassadors, and he's keeping the work on the ground. We are now moving down the river, Tagus, to Oeiras. Am I right? So, of course, what's very rewarding to see now is everyone coming together for this presentation. So people who have been working in many different dimensions, from taking decisions in offices to having workshops to designing different activities. So it's really great when we actually come together. And I am now passing the word to another speaker for the living, Marco Frade Ferreira from the Aquário Vasta Gama.
I'm actually not going to speak first. Alexandre is going to take the wheel.
But I was going to say, and Alexandre Vasconcelos from the city of Oeiras.
Then I'll go.
And so I'll start with you. The floor is yours, Alexandre.
Good morning to all. Let me invite you to imagine a place where science meets art, where the fresh water of Tagus River meets the salt of the Atlantic Ocean, where light and sound become both tools and language. A place born between land and sea, Oeiras, where the Academy of War grows within the Bauhaus of the Seas, home of 2 enduring symbols, the Vasco da Gama Aquarium and the Bugio Lighthouse. More than landmarks, they are bridges between memory and possibility, sentinels of a changing world, witnessing the rising ocean and the realities of climate change, where ocean literacy remains a constant beacon. This space have welcomed artists into a delicate equilibrium between land and sea, science and imagination, nurturing collaboration shaped by the curatorial insight of the Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation, and opening new ways of seeing, listening, and belonging. Here, artists, scientists, policymakers, and citizens gather, not to conquer the unknown, but to listen to it. Their laboratory is not a room, but a coastline. Their materials are not instruments, but objects. Ordinary, luminous, sometimes rusty, each carrying a fragment of a story. Before you lies a small constellation of such objects. Together, they shine with the palette of this journey. Red, amber, silver, blue, and salt white. The colors of light, of metal, and the ocean, and also of the Bauhaus of seashells. Let us beginning by the change of 6 red lamps. Once a signal device, it warned ships, marked danger and pointing the way home. 6 lamps, 6 beats, 6 breaths of light. Today, they remind us that communication between art and science, between human and ocean, also depends on rhythm, on balance, on care. Next, the optical glass prism. It captures a single ray and unfolds into a spectrum, a living metaphor for collaboration. What enters as one beam emerges as many voices. Art becomes science, science becomes art, and both become understanding. Besides, it stands a miniature of the Bourgieu lighthouse, a fortress and a lantern at the mouth of the Tagus. It reminds us that even at small scale, ideas can guide vast horizons. Nearby, a tin of creoline and waste rags, once used to polish the brass of naval installations. There is beauty here too, in maintenance, in care, in the silent gestures that keep structures and communities shining. A transistors evokes the radio Bourgieu stream, a channel where the voices of the lighthouse meet the world, where the sound of waves become a bridge between isolation and connection. It also became a speculative monitoring station for the Tagus, where science activists, historians, and lighthouse keepers tuned into the whispers of aquatic microorganisms, those silence workers who sustain the unseen ecosystem. A hydrophone used to list the beneath the surface remind us that river is not silent. It breathes, it sings, it speaks in frequencies that we are only beginning to understand. It reveals us how even our quietest actions ripple through aquatic life, turning listening into an act of awareness. 2 badges, one for the Aquarium Naval Museum and the other from Directorate of Lighthouses, carry stories of duty, belonging, and devotion to the sea. Here, they symbolize a shared purpose that transcends institutions. A postcard invites us to join the Academy of War, a call to imagination, participation, and responsibility, a call to reimagine how we live with our territory, to rethink the museum, not as a building, but as a living system, to reconnect with the river and the sea, weaving connections where divisions once stood, keeping every voice in motion, every hand part of the work. And the fragment of venue from the installation of underwater ecotones still holds the memory of that listening journey. Together, these objects reveal how the Tagus in Oeiras is becoming a living museum, where knowledge is shared like through a prism and boundaries dissolve between disciplines, between river and sea. The Bauhaus of Seas reminds us that innovation is not invention alone, but a rhythm between humans and non-humans, technology and ecology, the seen and the unseen, the audible and the silent. We stand at this symbolic shoreline, surrounded by objects that are not relics, but invitations. They are ambassadors carrying a single message. Earth is not inhabited by humans alone. The more than human world, marine species, migratory birds, invisible organisms, participates actively in our shared existence. It challenges us to cultivate empathy and listening as an ethical practice and a civic responsibility, turning ideas into practice in policies that shape new forms of living and sharing. The future we seek begins here, in the delicate conversation between what we create and what we choose to protect. It's the great legacy, it's a shared focus, where different views meet and institutions open their doors to welcome a model rooted in identity and trust, fostering sustainable networks. At his heart flows the Tagus, not as a backdrop, but a living museum. From the Vasco da Gama Aquarium to the Bugio Lighthouse, artists' gestures reveal hidden ecologies, the voice of fish, the architecture of algae, the echoes of underwater sound. Through sound walks, installations, and workshops, the Tagus emerge as a fragile, breathing system, a chorus of human and more than human voices, sharing the same space. And with this same spirit of dialogue and discovery, it's my pleasure to pass the light, quite literally, to our speaker of the living, who will guide us deeper into these meanings. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. So, what we had here was a deep dive of how Oeiras approached the object of Bauhaus of the Sea Sails, its themes, its underlying currents, and how to shape them into something that we could use as a driver for ocean literacy, which was the basis of our Bauhaus pilot. And indeed, we used light and sound as the main engines. And these are tremendously difficult things to use because they represent at the same time the two senses that we find more excited along the day. We are always listening and we are always seeing, right? So to use them to convey some message, you need to find a different way. You need to find a different mean, unheard sounds, unseen stories that you can use to create an emotional connection with what you are working with. Now, in that sense, we worked with Francisca Rocha Gonçalves. She was our artist that won the public call, A Call to the Sea. And one of her outputs was indeed an exhibition that focused on these two main characteristics. How to use light, which, as you probably know, in the ocean, the only light that is reflected is blue. That's why we see it as blue. All the other ones tend to be absorbed, right? So how does this blue light can shine new ways, different ways of communication in animals, like anemones or like corals? And I'm going to ask that you follow me here, please. And a simple blue lantern can be the way to show you a whole different world of things. I'm going to need you to switch to the cameraman, please. Now, these simple messages are color-coded not for us, but for a whole plethora of other animals, other beings that exist below the waves, below the unintelligible, below the unseen, right? And to find a way to show how they communicate with each other is our key goal. After light comes sound. Effectively, they are both the movement of particles, just different ones. And vibration, in the case of animals, translates into sound in fish with the movement of a very interesting organ, which is what I have here, the otolith. Okay? When a sound reaches this sac that protects the otolith, it moves it, it vibrates it. And as it touches the perimeter of this organ, fish hear. Okay? And this is very important for what I'm going to show you in a few moments. Now, not satisfied with the exhibition alone, and I can... This is an excerpt of the exhibition, what we called our main piece, our cabinet of curiosities. This big bone that I have here to show you is actually incredibly small. It fits inside each of those little vials that you see there. So not only did Francisca prepare this exhibition with the help of the aquarium, a different way to see the underlying pieces that the aquarium has in its collections, she also produced 2 performances that were extremely interesting, combining light and sound, which were very motivational to think. They didn't have a specific message to convey. Everyone was there with their own agenda. They could remove from it whatever they thought they felt was important, right? And we have here an example of fish frozen in time, quite literally, from the collection of the aquarium. Don't worry, it was not killed for this, okay? It was already dead. It's been for quite some time, since the 80s, actually. And so we use them as conveyors for these messages, this love to be nurtured, acquired, and then put into practice. But also workshops, also ways to interact with the community that acted upon listening sessions in the ocean to try and understand what is the soundscape below the waves in this mean that is much more physical than gaseous, right? Or workshops about how the microscopical organisms shape these communities within simple spaces like the Gulbenkian lake, right? What kind of microscopical beings can we discover over there? Now, I'm not sure if the next one is actually going to play some sound, but before I get to it, I would like to talk to you also about what remains from this project, because that's what we're actually here for, many of us. Not just understanding how it was applied, but also what kind of things remain behind. And coming from, I work at the Vasco da Gama Aquarium. It is a military institution. As you can imagine, it is a very conservative institution, and it is not at all used to working with a modern artist, for example. Not even a classical one, let alone, a modern artist. And so having someone like this with different perspectives, different ideas, different ways, sometimes unattainable, invisible in our little brains, right, on how she's going to achieve what she wants to achieve, was a very interesting experience. And many of the processes that were discovered during this pathway, through the sea forums, through the Zoöp workshops, we were able to introduce not all, but a good amount of these experiences into the aquariums program. Now, furthermore, as Mikaela was saying a bit back on the early morning, we also need to understand what there is around us in order for us to be able to care and to make decisions that support this life. And so Oeiras is actually, right now, it's on its way. It's being built as we speak. The BioMarco project, not me, okay, despite my name being Marco as well and being a biologist, which is a sort of assessment of all marine species that are present in the Oeiras coastline, so they can be active participants in the decision-making process. Now, another thing that I actually was able to bring to you is that from Francisca's work in the aquarium, we were able to create another workshop, a new one, that has about currently maybe 50 or so slots planned for the entire year, and many of them are already sold out. Sold out, it's not paid, but just to give you the idea, they're full. And so they're going to affect about 1,000 to 1,200 participants. So it's going to have some effect. And what we brought here was an excerpt, a way to try and modify it for this room, okay? So you're gonna, this is the moment where that little piece of paper that was under your chair might come in hand if you kept it, okay? And I'm going to, Eva, please don't hit me, I'm going to stand up. And I'm gonna ask, what we're going to do is we're going to go on a safari, okay? But not a safari through a landscape, a physical landscape. We're going through a safari of a soundscape, okay? There aren't going to be any images. You just have to imagine what you're hearing and try to understand what it belongs to. So we're going to start off easy, okay? Can I get the first sound played, please? Now I'm going to ask you, what is that animal? You can all answer at once, because I think you all know. Yeah, that's a dog. Very easy, right? You are all able to recognize a dog. Good job. So next, something that exists in a panorama that is not ours. Can we play the second sound? So what's that? Yeah, that's a bird. That's a common sparrow. I think it's very common here in Italy as well. So you probably all have heard of it or have seen it somewhere. Very simple. Now we're going to go a bit under the unintelligible. Can we get the third one? Now what's that? That is a whale, indeed. Good job. So now we have the pitch of a whale, very up here, a very high pitch that can be used to transfer information through kilometers and kilometers. If a whale makes a sound right now in the Tagus River, that sound will, over the next 2 minutes, be able to reach the United States. Okay? And so it's kind of like a conversation with delay, right? We're talking with a certain delay. And now, let's go for the next one. Harder. Perhaps fried eggs, maybe? Or rain? What do you think it is? That's a shrimp. See, I got the wows out of you. That's the Academy of Awe working, okay? So that is a shrimp. That is a snapping shrimp. They have this very big claw. It's actually a chorus of them, not just one. And they use it to defend themselves from predators. They use it to communicate in between the hive. They inhabit normally sponges. And when we hear this sound underwater, we actually understand that the environment they're in is healthy. Their presence is a key aspect of a diverse element, of a diverse habitat, of a diverse ecosystem, okay? And now, I promise that was not me. What was that? The Portuguese people know. That is a fish, okay? Those are the sounds of a Lusitanian toadfish, okay? So now we're going deeper in the voice, right? We have these very low sounds that are used to communicate at very short distances because they're just trying to get love. They're just trying to find someone in the nearby neighborhood that they can interact with, okay? So now I'm going to ask you all, you each have, some of you, not all, some of you have the paper that I gave you before the presentation. I'm going to ask you to look at it, and then I'm going to ask you to choose someone around you and try to convey the message that you have there. Now that message is supposed to be a fish talking about the weather, as weather goes within the ocean, okay? So choose someone right now. Don't start, okay? Don't begin to tell them the story. Choose that. And when I tell you, you may begin. So 1, 2, 3, go, start telling the story. Come on, that's right. Can you move the video a little bit along so we can get the high noise again? So I want you to know, the person that was hearing, how much do you think you were able to hear? Was it 50%? Now, who here heard 50% of the message? No, 40%, 30, 20, maybe 10, right? What you have here is an incredible disruptor. It's a container ship, okay? And underwater, it moves like a dragon, right? It roars. And so it causes, as a movie would say, failures to communicate, okay? Fish start to be unable to speak to each other. And when they're talking in such low voices, deep voices that do not carry over great distances, they stop being able to find each other, right? And what we started this conversation in was connections, right? Now you can all already feel a bit connected to the animals that I presented to you here. And it is that connection that right now when you're going home, right, you're going to take it with you and you're going to remember and you're going to think, maybe some of you, how am I, there's designers among you, how can I design a ship, for example, that can stop this, that does not make a sound? Is it the fuel? Is it the mechanism, right? What can I change about the world around me that betters the environment for all of these beings? And now, lastly, I'm going to leave you with something else, because I was not able to reproduce it here for you. But at the aquarium, we give each person, each participant, a little card with an animal. And that animal is one that does not make sound, that we don't, or that we do not know if it makes sound, okay? And what we ask the participants are to create sounds for them, to speculate, to try and give them a voice. Could be with their bodies, could be with their voices, could be with materials that we give them, okay? And what you're about to hear is one of those choruses. Can we move on to the last sound, please? You can stop, you have a pretty good idea. So in this case, as you can probably understand, our participants were more on the thumping noises. They prefer percussion instruments. But it sounded to me very close to what we heard on the snapping shrimps. And that means, for me, that this is a healthy environment, right? And I'll leave you at that. Thank you very much, and I'll see you around.
So thank you for presenting. So I hope you're enjoying our different stops in our navigation around Europe. We are now going to have one of the second conversation in between pilots about impact. So we may have the next slide, please. And I'm going to welcome to the stage Maël Salzinga from TU Delft, and Michele Tagliavini from Ca' Foscari, and also Stefano Micelli from Ca' Foscari. And we'll have Ricardo Vieira from IST to moderate the conversation, which will not take much moderation because they already kind of know what you're going to talk about. But this is on a very pragmatical part of the project, which is, as Nuno mentioned many months ago, the Bauhaus of the Sea Sails is essentially a research project. So all the different people and things and actions that we've been doing and all the creative practitioners that we're involving. And in that sense, this project is quite original in the, let's say, and this is something we have not mentioned before. The Bauhaus of the Sea Cells is one of the first 6 lighthouse projects of the European Bauhaus. So it's one of the first projects to be funded with the same grant from the European Commission that has been developing pilot projects around Europe since late 2022, and they've all been finishing during the year of 2025. Ours is actually the last one to finish today. And so in that sense, it's essentially a research project that has involved creativity, and as you've already perceived, this idea of, that we also like to mention, this interinstitutional thinking. So understanding how one project can start in a lab, then go to a museum, end up in an exhibition, end up in a workshop, and end up in your plate. And this is what we're going to talk about, and how to make these things being able to be replicated and measured in terms of their impact. So I'll pass the word to Ricardo.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, everyone. So just to, well, we have here, so Frederico already presented everyone. So the team that is here was working on impact and on the replication. And I would like to start then talking about you guys. What have you been doing in this project? And I'll pass the word to you. So.
Hello, everyone. So first, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the methodology that we use for impact assessment of the project. I work at the University of Delft in the Netherlands, together with Carola Hein, Michael Rodriguez, and Alankrita Sarkar. And to do this impact assessment, we had to start with some big questions. So what were our motivations for doing this? The first one was, how do we actually assess and compare these pilots, considering that they are coming from very different contexts and that they all have different approaches? So how do we come up with a common framework for this project that has so much diversity? And the second big question and big challenge was how to capture the full impact of a project that uses very creative and interdisciplinary interventions. So in that sense, we knew that we couldn't use very conventional ways of assessing impact, and we had to really explore this. So how did we do this? We did a lot of literature review about existing ways of assessing impact, existing ways of doing monitoring, evaluation, and learning. But we also tried to really understand the project, what the project needed, and the approaches of the different pilots. And based on this, we came up with these 5 key elements that you see here that we thought were really important to embed within our approach. The first at the center is complexity. So how do we address the very complex challenges, ecological, social, that the pilots are dealing with? So we needed to take into account different dimensions of impact, different levels, different scales, different timelines. The second dimension on the top right, local value. We didn't want to just assess the pilots in a dry way. We wanted to also create value for them and create a bit of a learning process throughout the project. And this is why even in our impact analysis and these reports that we wrote, we tried to give ideas and suggestions to the pilots of how they could continue increases their impact in the long term. We also thought it was very important to do something very participatory, so having a lot of group discussions within the project. We used mixed methods, such as indicators, but also theory of change and looking at narratives coming out of the project. And lastly, we tried to come up with a methodology that was dynamic and looking towards the long term. So the tools that we've developed, they can continue to be used after the end of the project, and we really intend to keep using them. Some key aspects also in our approach was seeing impact not as an end goal, but as a long-term process. And in the project, we had this great metaphor of the drop, so the local solution that creates ripple effects by the end of the project, and that in the long term creates waves, so long-term impact. And in our approach, we also try to look at the wave and make some hypotheses or look at, let's say, some seeds for transformation that the project has planted. And we also look at multiple dimensions. And for this, we drew inspiration from the new European Bauhaus compass, so this European guiding document. But then we also looked at how the local pilots kind of made these values their own and adapted it and turned them into local action. So we developed different tools. One of the main tools that really guided our approach was a library of indicators. So this is a little bit like a catalog of indicators with a common structure that you can see here on this slide. But within this structure, pilots could select different indicators that they felt reflected their work. So we had thematic criteria, and we also had the more process-oriented criteria, going from the drop, so short-term, small-scale, towards the wave. And to give you a snapshot of the criteria here in the blue boxes, so for each of these categories, we developed criteria which are unique to the project. They're really based on what was done in the project. We had 2 levels of impact: setting sail, which is more about getting started, and diving deeper, which is about a more radical or transformative kind of change. And of course, if we zoom in into these criteria, for each criteria, there were several indicators that the pilots could use. And we used these indicators and criteria as a guide, but of course, we still considered a lot of other information that the pilots shared with us. So these were not very restrictive, let's say, criteria. And we also did this for the drop, ripple, and the wave, of course. And we used other tools throughout the project. For example, we did these participatory theory of change sessions with the pilots. We visited several pilots in person to talk with different members of these pilots, such as the artists, the local associations, and hearing from these different perspectives was also a very important aspect of assessing impact. And we also did some context analysis, and maybe I leave it at this for now.
Thank you, Maya. Okay, so we moved from work package 5 to work package 4, which was the one dedicated to replication, and it will be me and Professor Michele today explaining a little bit the work, but beside our 2, that we are part of Ca' Foscari University of Venice, but the replication group, let's say, was a little bit bigger. We had Ricardo on our side from the Istituto Tecnico in Lisbon, and we had also Hugo from Magellan Circle, so the team was bigger than the one that you see on stage today. And the type of work that we did was related to this aspect of, okay, how can we replicate the experiences lived in the Bauhaus of the Sea Sails project? And from the very first day for us, the idea of replication was strictly related to this idea of reproducing local initiative in new context. And to do this, we needed to exactly know which were the steps that the 7 pilots did and used to arrive to the final outcome. And so we started a series of activities to analyze the pilots' implementation processes, starting with a series of benchmarking meetings where we tried to understand which were the stakeholders involved in each city and at which stage of the process they were involved. And this made it possible for us to understand some main categories of stakeholders involved and also to compare these different categories across cities. So as you can see in the very last graph, there were different types of categories, from local organization to art and culture, education and science, public institution, and each pilot had a different mix and combination of these elements. And these, together with the work done by Mael and Work Package 5 on theory of change, this gave us the possibility to also visualize this pattern, this process, in creating these implementation roadmaps, and also to understand the strategies that the 7 pilots implemented. So we, at a certain point in the process, we noticed that there were some common trends, and that pilots tend to focus on 4 main types of innovation objectives, which were cultural promotion, technological innovation, social innovation, and knowledge innovation, and also that they had 3 main different approaches to the Bauhaus of the Seas as a whole, as a project, because some of them maybe were more focused on experimenting something completely new, others in accelerating already existing elements and initiatives, or again in networking, so using the project to create network and connection across Europe. And as you see some numbers, this means that the pilot did not have only one of these elements. They had a combination of his objectives and uses. And you see the deepest blue one was the networking and knowledge innovation, which was the most diffuse type of strategy. So basically each pilot and in their drop tried to reach this type of result. And this gave us a complete picture of the process that each pilot implemented, and together with the work of Magellan Circle, we were able, at the very final stage of the process, to help and support pilots, providing funding opportunities to continue these initiatives, and also supporting pilots to build their, let's say, presentation proposals to continue their initiatives. And this was very interesting because, as I said at the very first slide of the presentation, we started this process thinking about replication as, okay, I have to bring this initiative to another context. But what was interesting for us in the end was that beside these more tangible results, there was an intangible aspect of the process, which was related also to, let's say, more capacity building related aspects. So it was not only the initiatives, the concrete actions that can be brought in another place, but the principles, the tools, all the processes and methodologies that we used in these 3 years with the pilots, they were absorbed somehow by the pilots themselves. And we were very proud of listening to them in the last phase of the project, saying that they are already applying this principle, they are continuing using the speaker for the living as a person in new calls, in new projects that they are trying to create for future continuity. And so I think this is a really nice result, also unexpected from our side, of what replication means really for this type of project.
Thank you. Thank you, Michele. Yeah, I can see that's very interesting to see the result of your work starting to feed back again to the pilots and see this learning process that is happening. Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I was going to ask the third question.
Key insights and next steps. So there would be so much to say about the impact of the 7 pilots, and I think they are showing you very concretely the impact of their work. But I've also selected some quotes that I think tell us about the impact of the different pilots. And the first one here from the Genoa pilot, I think it shows us how the creative work that was developed and the interdisciplinary work fostered new feelings and emotions among audiences. So in Genoa, there was really this feeling of local pride in the neighborhood that I think was very visible. And you find other feelings and emotions throughout the different pilots. I also selected this quote from Hamburg, from a culinary student, which shows that the students learned a lot of new skills, a lot of cooking techniques, but more importantly, they gained this deeper sort of awareness of why these skills are so important and why we need to change the way that we produce and consume food. Then this quote from the Delta pilot, again from a student in architecture. I think this really shows shifts in mindsets, and several pilots managed to create these shifts in mindsets. And here it's giving us some promising results for the future, because these students are now looking differently at their future profession and how to look at this profession in a time of climate change, shifting from maybe protecting themselves from water, protecting buildings from water, towards looking at different ways of living with water and accepting that there is a lot of uncertainty coming with that. There is also this quote from the Lisbon pilot, but it could also be said for the Oeiras pilot, about the contributions of artists and creative approaches and how they help us to turn radical ideas about different possible futures into something concrete that people can experience. For example, what we heard with Oeiras, this listening experience. So it helps to make these values seem more feasible and more concrete. And lastly, one of my favorite quotes from the Malmö pilot. This tells us a lot about also how do we look at impact and how do we assess it. Because here we're not talking about reaching thousands of people. We're talking about one person dipping their feet in the water for the first time in decades. And so I think this is a very important learning also, that it's not always about huge scale, but it's also about making a very deep, very meaningful impact. And the project very much did this. And now quickly just to tell you about our next steps in terms of impact assessment. By using our methodology and collaborating with the pilots, we got very in-depth insights about the project. So we are currently writing reports about each of the pilots that we will be publishing on our Port City Futures website. We also co-authored policy recommendations with Work Package 4 that will be published. We're also doing a comparative assessment of the different pilots. Our methodology will also live on. We're also working on an online platform to show this impact. Also with other partners of the project, we're reflecting on narratives. So what are the stories coming out of this project, and how can these stories help us to reshape policy narratives? For example, the EU-level policy narratives. And lastly, because there is all this, there is so much, we are thinking of making a book out of it. So that's the next step.
Those are very promising news, and especially the book idea. I think it's a very good, interesting point that you're bringing up to this.
Yeah, I will leave the floor for Replication Insight.
Well, let me make some concluding remarks about what we have done, work package number 4 and work package number 5. Obviously, I will focus on number 4 because this is my task. Michele and I, we've been working for 3 years on this topic, and I would like to underline before these 3 slides some key aspects of our activity in these 3 years. First of all, I would like you to keep in mind that it was not necessarily an easy task to identify a replication strategy for 7 different activities that have been growing separately at the beginning and that converged to the end. As Maëlle was pointed out, she's been studying the impact ex post. She's been evaluating, the outcomes, the results of several projects according, to a framework, to a theoretical framework that has been provided by the European Commission. Ex ante, if we consider the starting point, I think you should evaluate the difficulty of launching 7 different activities with the cultural premises that Nuno, made explicit at the beginning, of his presentation. Very much focus on local culture, great respect for local specificities, no methodological standards in implementing the project according to, for instance, a managerial or a design methodology. Obviously, there is this co-design framework, but this is a very broad, let me say, very broad perspective. It is not necessarily, a narrow and strict, methodological approach. So the fact that we are here today evaluating, the results and assessing the replication strategy according to the results we have achieved, this is something we should be rather proud of. Let me be honest about it. Here you have a map that tells us a lot about what's actually happening today. Replication it was a mandate for us, it was an objective, now it's reality. All the 7 sites where we have been working for these 3 years are now implementing some sort of replication at different scale, at different levels, obviously. In some cases, in Malmö or in Venice, we are implementing more or less the same kind of activity, but in different areas. In other contexts, I think about Rotterdam and the Delta, the Zoöp approach is now implemented in other cities, in other areas, also in Belgium, and according to what Michele told me, also in the UK, in London. You confirm. I'm not exaggerating, the impact of, but I think, the implementation in our project was critical. In areas like Lisbon and Oeiras, the Tago ecosystem will be affected by the projects that we launch, somehow replicated in the creation, for instance, of a hub and so on. So this is something that we should be very proud of. Replication is already in place. The methodological effort behind this replication strategy has to be defined in detail, but some characteristics are there. And I want to mention, at least 2 of them. First of all, this idea of, combining institutional agents with local community has proved to be very effective. Don't get me wrong, it looks like, an easygoing process. It is not at all. I mean, many projects where we launch initiatives with the local population, with the local institution, well, they don't provide any particular effect. Here, what we figured out is that there is a demand for connection with food, with local culture, with I was very much impressed by Katinka's presentation because the school of survival, this is something that people are curious about. This is something that will be replicated, by the way, in Berlin, as we saw. But there is curiosity, there is need, there is interested in creating this new connection between culture, water, a complex ecosystem, a complex natural environment, and the society. And I think, this is, let me underline this aspect, this is something different from the idea of sustainability, at least my university business schools, economic institutions usually tell us about. You know, it's not something for technicians. It's not about parameters. It's not about, you know, emissions. It's not just technical stuff. It is also very profound, very intense from an emotional point of view. We heard the sounds of these fishes. I mean, this is serious stuff. This really connects people with a complex ecosystem, a complex environment. And third aspect, this is probably the most complicated challenge we had to face. Artists. You know, usually in this perspective, drops. Let me use my, you know, economic jargon. Drops are usually scientific discoveries. You know, this is what we play with. This is our playbook. Every now and then, a scientist come up with a new solution, with a new technology. We develop this technology. We refine it. We make it applicable. And then, you know, demand shows up and, you know, provides in some cases economic success, in some other failures. Here we played a different game. We asked artists to actively contribute to shaping, you know, our collective effort. Believe me, it's not an easy task. No, don't take that for granted at all. I think, you know, we should be proud of what we achieved because, and I was not skeptical, but I was like, you know, we are getting in risky areas here. But what we proved, you know, in our projects, in our 7 sites, is that in this kind of endeavors, I think artists can play a very important role, providing innovative perspectives, different points of views, something original that actively shape our perception of the world outside. Just to be honest, Venice University, Ca' Foscari has been very active in promoting such an intellectual effort. In this particular project, 7 different, you know, sites prove that this methodology, this approach can be tremendously effective. Just to conclude with some more administrative stuff here, Michele and I, we wrote and we already submitted, we're very proud of that. We already submitted 3 documents that might help you if you're interested in, you know, in continuing this effort. 3, you know, deliverables that are part of our, you know, effort, but might help this group in continuing, you know, the research activity that was pointed out before. First of all, first-hand account of every single activity, of every single site, a description, a fine-grained description of what has happened in every single city. I think that's tremendously important for the reason I mentioned before. We started with a very ex-ante, liberal, let me say, perspective, and we ended up with an important impact in every single city. I think it is important to see, you know, a longitudinal description of every single area. And then, you know, we have 2 different documents. One focused on implications and policies for the European Commission. We do have, obviously, an institutional standing, and we do believe that we have to contribute to future efforts from the European Commission. And also we have the last document, a contribution for every single pilot, for every single group of entities that are determined to pursue, to continue in this endeavor. And we do have for these groups a specific document, a specific set of indications that might contribute to the replication in the perspective Michele was pointing out, you know, capacity building and continuation, which in my opinion is definitely important. this has been our work. Let me say, to conclude, very proud, to be part of this effort, very proud of the, indications we came up with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you, Stefano. Thank you, Michele. Thank you, Mael. I welcome to the stage now my very dear colleague, Andrea Hercic, which I haven't mentioned, from Magellan Circle. We've been together joining the communication of this project, so I'm very happy to have her on the stage, and she has a message especially for all the consortium team members.
Yes, we would like to take a family photo of this event of the Bauhaus of the Seas consortium, but also anyone else who wants to join is welcome. And we're going to take it now at the stairs in front of the building. So if we can hurry up and everybody comes to the stairs, the photographer will take the official photo of all of us. And thank you, and see you after lunch again.
So see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you. We will now start with the Malmö pilot. So I'm just letting some people come in. We will then start with the Malmö pilot, and then Genoa, and then the Delta. And we will finish, well, actually before we finish, we will have a lecture by Laura Tripaldi, who has just joined us. I will introduce you later. And so be very welcome, everyone.
Hello.
I will then pass the word to Mikkel, or to Anna, actually.
Anna.
Great. So whenever you're ready.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Malmö. With our pilot, we work to reconnect the city with the sea. And now I want to invite you to the city. We are at the central station, and as we get out from the building, we will see the university building and a number of new buildings which have been built in what was the former one of the biggest shipyards in Europe. It is in this area where part of our pilot has been working, and particularly around the South War Basin as the city first underwater park. The municipality has been reshallowing at 13 meters deep, polluted and dead basin, which used to be part of the shipyard. The reshallowing reduced the depth of the basin to 4 meters, allowing for sunlight to touch the ground and creating the conditions for life to come back, for the sea to reclaim a part of our shipyard. And now this place is home to eelgrass, bladderwrack, and other sea creatures. Together with our Sea Forum, we co-design interventions and events to invite Malmö citizens in experiencing and discovering the underwater park and learn about their new neighbors. Here, I have 3 of the members of our Sea Forum, and I will ask them to introduce shortly themselves and tell us something about their work with the Sea Forum. Mirja, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mirja Wande. I work at White Arkitekter in Malmö, Sweden, and it's a quite large firm in Sweden, and we're very involved in research and collaborative processes. And within the Sea Forum, one example of what I have done there was working with students from Malmö University in master students who were in the Eco-Social Futures course with the tails and tiles, which I have here an example of in front of me. And together with some young architects, they did a collaboration where we helped from White with a creation of a pavilion structure. And these tiles are made from clay in a workshop. There's a whole story behind it, but we don't have time for that now. The tiles are made from clay and materials gathered from the coastal area. And when used as cladding for a pavilion, due to the weather and rain, they dissolve slowly and just flow down into the sea basin again, which is, I find, a very poetical but also physical presentation of how the built environment affects the coastal cities.
Thank you, Mirja. Evelina, can you tell us a bit about you?
My name is Evelina Stjernfeldt. I'm a landscape architect and I work for the city of Malmö with the transformation of a part of the old shipyard. And we, together with Mikael and lots of other people, we've been especially concentrating on this innermost part of the old shipyard that has this basin and lots of old buildings. And it's a transformation that's been going on for maybe 10 years. And this is one, the shallowing of the basin is one part of it. And maybe the one that focuses on the connection between the city and the ocean again.
Thank you, Evelina. Mike.
Who am I? I'm eelgrass. Actually, I'm eelgrass. Welcome to my underwater world. I'm necessary for the oxygen, for the carbon dioxide, and I is here now, living here in the wharf basin. My ancestors were living here for 200 years ago, but now we're back, at least forever. And we are thriving here in the basin. And here I hold the reef, some stones from the reefs, where the bladder can attach, and the fishes can thrive around here in the basin. So I'm eelgrass.
Thank you, Mike. And another question for all of you. What are you bringing with you from this experience?
Yes, well, when I first was approached by Mikael, or the seagrass, the eelgrass, about Sea Forum, I thought that, well, maybe one of our landscape architects should involve in this project instead. But the eelgrass told me, no, you architects have to be involved in this. This is a city, something that the city has to, and city planning and buildings are important for the ocean. And I was quite intrigued by that. And I have learned a lot about everything we do in the city, in a coastal city, does affect the ocean as well, and the coastline.
Thank you, Miriam.
Well, as a coastal city, Malmö is developing from this shipyard areas that you see, and that's an ongoing transformation. And what we've been doing historically is to use landfill to work our way out into the ocean. This time we used landfill to sort of reclaim the ocean back into the city again. And this is a way of, I think it's a method that landscape architects are quite used to on land, creating and working with ecosystems and biodiversity, but maybe not so much underwater. So this is the first underwater park that we built, as we like to call it. And this, we will continue working on this site with new reefs and so on, and hopefully also continue along the coast as the new areas develop.
Thank you, Evelina.
Yeah, 52,000 square meters, and a lot of new neighbors for me, and that's so beautiful. And I think if we do something for nature, nature will adapt quite fast. So whatever we do, if we do it together, together with us, biodiversity, the nature will adapt and grow and keep growing. So now I have a lot of friends, flatfishes, perches, bladderwracks. That's beautiful.
Yes, because isn't it so, Mike, that you recovered much faster and quicker than even a marine biologist could imagine?
Yeah, that's fascinating because there were some researchers from the Gothenburg University that planted 30 shoots of my own species there in May, and in August they have grown 400%. So we are fast growing if we are allowed to be there. So that's a beauty.
Yes, and I think the story of the basin, it's also a story that if we leave space for nature in our cities, nature will come back and will take over these spaces. And now I slowly move to the center and east side of Malmö. Malmö has around 350,000 inhabitants. It has representatives from 186 nations, and more than 50% of the citizens have a non-Swedish background. This means that we have very different cultures, different communities, and to work to reconnect people to the sea requires to develop different activities and work with different formats. And to do that, we had the pleasure of involving our ocean ambassadors, 5 teams which have been working with different forms of participatory arts connected to ocean literacy, to bring knowledge about the ocean to different groups in Malmö. And they are here today, so I will ask them to present shortly their work. Ellen, would you like to start and tell us something more?
Hello. My project, the Creators Club for the Sea, was a project led by me, Ellen Bjarborn, where I had 10 recurring participants over 6 sessions in late summer 2024. Together, we learned about the local species of the Öresund Strait, which is the water between Malmö, Sweden, and Copenhagen, Denmark. So we learned about the eel, the herring, blue mussel, and more. And this learning consisted of a mix of traditional knowledge intake. We would meet outside by a water connected to these species, and where the species also had some historic significance to the city of Malmö. And I would teach the participants, and then based off a prompt, they were free to create with the species in mind in sketchbooks that became logbooks of their creative journeys. And the purpose was to instill a more personal connection to the species amongst the participants, learning them to, they would, but instilling a sense of care for the species and leading to long-term sustainable choices. The project was immortalized in this book, in English, Wonders of the Öresund, in Swedish, Under in the Öresund, which also means wonders, which is a free resource that anyone is allowed to take part of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Therese, can you tell us more about Landart Skåne?
Hello everyone, my name is Therese and I'm here to represent our group Landart in Skåne. We are 3 Malmö-based artists. It's me, it's Lucy and Eileen. And we invited people to take part in Landart workshops in 3 different locations around Malmö that are connected to the sea. We also, when we were at the different locations, we worked with the nature materials that you could pick from the ground. It could be sand, seashells, pine cones, sticks and stones, or Mikael's favorite, eelgrass. We offered various participatory practices, and I'll show you on the table here. We can start over here. as artists, we have background in visual art and sound. And Lucy, for example, invited participants to come and listen to the sea with underwater microphones, and we could also talk to the sea and ask questions. Another sound exercise we had was soundscape, where we closed our eyes and drew what we heard in the different environments. We offered meditations on the 5 senses, and we imagined being non-human creatures. And after the exercises, we illustrated, built sculptures, and expressed that in different materials. We also painted with water, for example, and this was inspired by the more cityscape and also inspired by different water-related nouns that exercised our imagination. Here we also, in all sites, I would say, we explored different textures and colors and smells and really used all the senses. Yes, I think that's it. It's a good range.
Thank you, Therese. And now, Hannes.
Thank you. My name is Hannes, and it's a great pleasure and honor to be here today in beautiful Venice. So thank you for that. And I'm here today as an ocean ambassador, a proud one, but also as an educator and a musician. And I have been part of a team, a part of our bigger team, which has had a project called Beach Finds. And it's a performance with school children after school during summertime at the Marine Center where Michael runs the place. The children came to the ocean at this center, and they watched us play guitar and 2 dancers that performed movements. And we were inspired by bladderwrack and seaweed and stones, which we also had, as you can see here. We also had for the children to explore the sonic possibilities of these objects, to create this kind of interest for the sea, because we believe that art is a very good and effective way to actually get to know the ocean, and that's very important, especially for our next generations. So that was our project.
Thank you, Hannes. And last but not least, Stefan and Janica.
Hello, everyone. I'm Stefan, and this is my colleague, Janica. And we are artists working in theater and design, and we have been working with a project called Flod 57, River 57. And here you see the river. We have arranged free outings to the sea for inhabitants in Malmö with the bus line 5. Experiences from other places and other seas on the planet through the stories that we have shared with each other. And then we have made and curated artistic outcomes of this inhabitants' relationship with the sea in, for example, films, exhibitions in the library, and participatory storytelling performances. And mainly we have done this in the library in this area, Rosengård, in the eastern part, also to invite people from other parts of Malmö to this place and to these stories and to this area. And our project is all about creating and deepening relations to and between humans, areas in the city, the sea, and the more than human. And I would like to give an example here on this image. We have Shazia Nas. She lived in Malmö approximately 20 years. She's in her 40s, and she's originally from Pakistan. This is the first time that she entered into the sea in her life. And now she have told us multiple times that she really wants to have a wetsuit go into the sea and explore and film and swim like the other participants did. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. As I asked also to the Sea Forum, I'm coming with the same question to you. What are you bringing with you from this experience? Ellen.
Well, I was fortunate enough to work with a small group of participants over a long period of time, which is rare in the arts. This was incredibly rewarding to have a group where a sense of trust had time to be established, especially when you make art, which can be very sensitive to a lot of people. There are a lot of thresholds to that. So I take with me the rewarding feeling of seeing my participants come closer to each other and the species of the Öresund Strait, but also to some core in themselves, I think, through art making. And for everyone who's here today, I want to encourage you to take one of these printed matters that I made. It's called The Sea on Land, and it contains a creative exercise from each of the groups that presented now, because it's difficult to squeeze 2 years of work into a presentation like this. So you're very welcome to take one and try our exercises for yourselves.
Thank you, Ellen. Therese, what are you bringing with you?
Thank you. We discussed this, and we actually bring from this experience a lot of gratitude for having experienced the meeting our local inhabitants in Malmö. And we also feel that it's brought us a lot of hope. It's amazing and inspiring to see when you get together in the community how much you can achieve when you share experiences and expertise. And I think even though we've only touched the tip of the iceberg at the moment, we do believe that we've still started a movement in the local community. And our vision is, of course, to continue to create ripples on the water and continue with these creative gatherings and exercises. And I would also say, even though we don't have any workshops planned right now, we have one of our sound exercises resulted in ocean-themed sound walk that's called Sensing the Sea, and that's now been installed by the South Wharf basin that you saw before, in a place here. And you don't have to go to Malmö to experience this. You're lucky today. We brought the QR code here, so I welcome you up to the table to get the full sensory experience. Thank you so much.
Hannes.
Thank you. This has all been very lovely stories, and of course, it's not always sunshine in a project like this where you participate. I think each one of you knows this. So one thing that I think we bring for the future is that even if this project ends, we will continue carrying the feeling of being an ocean ambassador, and this means communication, I believe. I think we need to talk to each other, to others, to our networks, and to spread stories and knowledge interdisciplinary. I think this is crucial for the future. So I encourage everyone to do so, and then we can live on as ocean ambassadors even when we are gone.
Thank you, Hannes. And Janica.
Hi, everyone. So for me, as well as part of the project River 57, I can say that the most insightful thing that we take with us is really the need of these collective groups of multi-generations, people caring for each other, accompanying each other in their processes. And we really see the need of creating better systems and redesigning the ways that we interact in our city to embed this multiculturality, this diversity, because even if As you mentioned before, it exists in Malmö. It is not everyone that feels welcome in engaging with ocean culture, and for us this is super important. And we see the need of developing more capacities, maybe expanding what the ocean ambassador is, with both the skills to go with people into the water, but also to appreciate sea as a living entity and as art. And I will also tell you that we have here these nice postcards that you are also very welcome to take with you and read more about our project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. And to conclude, we have a very short glimpse of the Strandfind work. Thank you so much for listening to us.
Thank you, Mikkel. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Malmö. We are now proceeding to Genoa, Genova in Italiano. And so I welcome the Genova team.
What is the clicker?
In the meantime, if you're interested, and you should be interested, we recorded a series of video interviews with consortium members that we called Drop, Ripple, Wave, in which we explore the different drop typologies of the project. It was a collaboration with Canal 180, which is a cultural TV channel from Portugal with an European reach. And if you go to our website, you can then explore some of the interviews of the people you've been also listening to, such as Mikkel, Marco, Nuno, etc. So, are you ready? So I will now welcome Silvia and to tell us about what happened in Genoa. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, the pilot area is in Sturla Vernazzola, in the eastern coastline of Genova. It is a densely populated area where the little fisherman village of Vernazzola has maintained its traditional aspect. The Vernazzola and Sturla beaches are separated by a water treatment plant that has modified the natural landscape and generated some conflicts. Therefore, now it is itself part of the urban environment. Our drop is focused on inclusive digital storytelling through the participatory path led by the municipality in cooperation with the pilot team that today is here with us. We collected stories and memories from local inhabitants with the aim of promoting dialogue and ties with the sea and the natural environment. During the path, we included an awareness initiative to explain the different ecosystem present in the area. The main outputs of our pilot activities have been the promotion of engagement and relationship between local inhabitants and local associations. The video and the audio material collected have been presented during the final immersive exhibition in Genova in March, curated by Studio Wiki. And we have also collected these memories and all this information in Boss Memex app for the immersive experience. Now I leave the floor to the Ocean Ambassador.
Thank you, Silvia. Okay. So, together with the Genoa municipality, we decided to set from the very beginning a participatory process in order to directly engage the local community of Vernazzola e Sturla, not only to to collect the local stories and narratives, but also to let the project be actually fueled by local stories. In order to enhance diversities and specificities of the Vernazzola e Sturla area. Also to let the residents collaborate directly with the pilot team to express themselves and to inspire the outputs. As Ocean Ambassadors, Ideazione together with Studio Wiki, we were in charge to develop a participatory approach, as we were saying, collaborating with the Sea Forum and with the Speaker for the Living, Simona, here represented by Simona. We started by mapping all the stakeholders of the area, so it was the very first action that we did. And we started by collecting local issues, like conflicts. We discovered that actually the area was full with conflicts happening. So basically, we designed a process that could start from like a zero phase, like an initial phase, by listening and observing directly, collectively with the residents, observing the beach and the district, looking at both urban and natural aspects and spaces. And then gradually shift to a more active engagement of the stakeholders, local stakeholders. So at the very beginning, we engage local association, local entities like the municipality, residents, second home owners also, athletes, elder and young people, fishermen too, and so everyone, let's say, part of the conflicts and of the area, living or working also temporarily in Sturla Vernazzola. And we realized that they seldom talk to each other. So they were living in the same area but not engaging, living together, collaborating. So we borrowed some European technique and methodologies, and we adapt them to the area. We organized a Jane's Walk, so where participants, so it was the very first action, where the participants were encouraged to share their personal knowledge and stories, let's say in debating, talking with the Speaker for the Living, that was explaining the scientific ones, so the scientific knowledge. Also, people were able to spot and map their favorite urban corners and linked to personal memories. Then we organized a creative focus group, thanks to the participation of Dario Pronto, who is a urban poet. His presence was fundamental as a facilitator because he helped participants to find the right words to describe their personal experiences and memories from the past. He used mind maps and postcards, so different tools in order to enhance the creativity in the participants, local participants. And then, lastly, we organized a human library where the participants that at that moment began to be a group, okay, so a collective entity, started to deeply connect one to the other, to engage among themselves, and also to engage with the more than human, so always represented by the Speaker for the Living. Gradually discovering small knowledge pills, I would say, about the ocean literacy and everything related to the sea. We were really focused on relationships between people. We thought that that was the key in that area in order to open up the project to the local community. What we have achieved so far, we can say that we create the condition, we set the condition to the ignition of a process. So we rather than execute a project, so we try to start a process thinking about a future perspective on a long run. In order, our aim is to enable the local community to be, in the future, the promoter of the project replication, let's say, starting from small-scale initiatives. We tried also to keep a multidisciplinary approach by borrowing some tools from ethnography, anthropology. These were really fundamental in our work. And we welcomed, as much as possible, all the different contributions from the participants in order to build like a local ecosystem of grounded knowledge in dialogue with the scientific one. All this process eventually led to some audio and visual outputs elaborated by Samuele Wurz and Mattia Meirana, our filmmakers, together with Davide Bussetto, the photographer, with the general coordination of Sara Boero. So here you can see some of the outputs that were exhibited at the Blue District. All the contents that emerged from this work with the participants are going to be the source of the inside the application developed by the IET. This work was not only to collect and record the stories from the participants that, of course, accepted to share their thoughts and narratives, but also the photographer and the filmmaker, they tried to grasp the specific fragments of the area in order to have alternative narratives of Sturla and Vernazzola, to capture also the human impact on the area, on the natural environment. So we can say they let the sea, the natural environment, to talk through sounds and visuals, and they try to make the environmental elements visible to the people who were the participants of the participatory project. I would say also without judgment, with a critical perspective, observation, but without any judgment. So I'll share the teaser that was announcing the exhibition in Genoa, and then I'll leave the floor to our speaker for the living, Simona. This was the teaser.
Good afternoon. And for the first thing, sorry for my low voice, but I teach children, so I mean, you can. Okay, you can. The objects are inside the presentation, so you can look at the presentation. from the start of the projects, I participated at all meetings organized by ambassadors, by the municipality, by the Zoöp's coordinators, speaking about non-human life with this transdisciplinary approach of Bauhaus. And we know ocean literacy is low among people. So my first question was, what is the perception of a non-human life in this village by residents and local visitors? To collect material, to the elements to speak about, I conducted some surveys of the principal habitats, like natural rocks, river, the artificial and natural rocky reefs, and the most conspicuous species present there, like seagrass meadows, invasive species, species associated with the river, species associated with rocky reefs, both artificial and natural, and also washed up on the beach. I think that the crucial moment, a very important moment, was when I joined the Human Library. I was a book. I was a species speaking, and we speak with the residents about engineering species, structural species, about regressions of these important species, about habitat loss, about impacts, human impacts. So I think that it was a very, very important moment for us, remembering the past, showing also that in the pilot site there are research in progress conducted by research institutes. For them it was an unusual thing to see pictures of researchers in the beach. So from that moment they began to send me pictures, videos. They invited me to their own events to speak about nature. It was very, very interesting, this change of their behavior. So we create a participatory panel. We created a panel to place in the clubs, in the local clubs, with their own, also with their own pictures. So they were really involved. So what was invisible before now was more close to them. Nature was not as visible as before our discussion during the different events. And so together also we created some explanatory cards with the distribution of these important species. In some cases, for example, for the case of the brown algae, Fucales, that are very, very important species, are present only in the natural rocky reefs because the habitat fragmentation. So at the end, they were proud to have these algae in their size, even if few, but they were still present. So now they know this aspect, also these ecological aspects. The second phase was with children, with the local nursery school. Together we discover with a creative activity local fishes, habitat of these local fishes, nursery habitats. For them it was very interesting to discover that also fishes have a nicer place to stay. And we did together also some outdoor activities near the school, in the pilot site, observing nursery habitats. So for them it was really to discover the real world. And we did together a map, a biodiversity map. I think that we have a mental map of a seaside city without life. So if we look at Google Map, we don't see life. Perhaps it would be useful also to have this kind of map in, when we try to find some restaurant and so on, to have in mind that there is also life close to us. And okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matteo Toso, and I'm a researcher at the Italian Institute for Technology in the Pavis Group. And our role within the Genova pilot was to take all these amazing stories and information and documentaries collected by the other partners and make them digital. This is not only for archival purposes, to make these stories permanent, but also to maximize the possible reach of this information to people that are not strictly living in Genova or in the areas of Stura and Vernazzola. So the first thing we did is satisfy the one that's the lowest possible access bar for digital information, so put it on a website where anyone can go and see the stories, the content generated just as plain text with associated images. But we wanted to go a bit further because there's obviously a big gap between the emotional impact and the type of experience one has hearing about the stories and these experiences in the pilot area and just reading a short text associated with an image on a screen far away. So we decided to build a set of intermediate possible representations. The first one is just taking a map embedded in an app that can be installed in any Android handphone. And the idea is that you can navigate this map, and each story is associated with the GPS location of the object or the place it refers to. So you can see how this story, this content is distributed along the territory and what the shape of this area is. Then we offer something that's a bit closer to the website, so just a way to scroll through all the stories, see the ones that by title or by image capture the user the most. But then within the story, there's a button that sends back to the map or to the other types of visualization approaches. And finally, with the help of NoHo, a digital production company, we developed an immersive experience that tries to find a compromise between just viewing the content on the screen and being in loco and see it through AR, which is like the final objective of the app. And spending a few words on this immersive experience, the idea was to take real images of the area and create an artistic rendition, quite simplified, of the area to use as a backdrop against which to show the digital content. Then for each story, for each material produced, we associated to it a concept, a single image, and NoHo provided a wireframe of the corresponding object to place in front of this backdrop, realizing an experience that one can access through the smartphone app, in which you see just a piece of the rendered background, and you can move around and see these images that evocate the content of the stories, and clicking on the red buttons you can see on the right, access the same story, the same information we saw in the previous slides. So this is what we deemed like the maximum we could obtain without being physically present. Then we developed an alternative viewing option that can be used only in the areas of Stura and Vernazzola, but it allows to see this content overlaid with the real environment. So the idea is that we went there, we physically tried to find places that were easy to recognize and associated 3D content to this point in real space. So first we establish a point in space that we can easily recognize again the next time we open the app in the place. Then we specify one point in 3D to which we can attach a story, because obviously not all stories are related to a physical object, so we might want to put AR content, for example, on the sea or on something that doesn't have an easily recognizable appearance. And finally, we connect these AR points, these AR markers, with a specific story chosen amongst all the ones that were produced while collecting the stories or while filming the documentary. And the idea is that what we can experience is something like what's represented here, where one of our colleagues is testing the app in the pilot area. So here you can see the beach of Vernazzola and how the app is supposed to work when we are there. So allowing the user to use a QR code to download the app and open it up in the phone, and then look around, see on the map where we have content available in the area. Going around, we can use the immersive experience to see how the stories are divided around us. And then once we are at the location of the object, we can look around. When the camera is facing the object of the story, we can access the textual content, we can access, with a bit of lag, the videos, and all the images associated with these stories.
Direi proprio la piazzetta di Vernazzola, perché per me e per le mie amiche storiche di qua è sempre stato il punto di ritrovo quando partivamo da casa.
So as you can see, there is also audio associated with, as you can hear, there's also audio associated with the videos, allowing the people that gave us the story to actually narrate their experience through the app. And here, with a bit of sound, you can have the full experience. At the moment, this app is only available for Android devices. But if by chance you happen to visit Genova, it's worth giving it a try. And if you're interested to see either the content, if you go to Genova, or to just try the app, it's possible to use these two QR codes. The one we have on the right allow you to directly download the app and try it for yourself on the phone. Of course, it's like a version for the public, so some of the functionalities are locked, so you cannot move around the stories or create new ones, but you can see any content that was already provided. While if any of you is interested in developing something similar for other pilot locations, the link on the left brings to a repository with all the code we generated, all the code needed not only for the app, but also for the website and the servers we use to allow the phones to access directly the information and download it to be able to visualize it within the app, to create new content. And everything is open source, well documented, so please, if you're interested in expanding this experience to other areas, download the code and reach out to us if you need any help. Thanks all for the attention.
Thank you so much, the Genova pilot team. We now go north to the Atlantic and to the Rhine-Scheldt Delta and Rotterdam. So I welcome this double team. Oh, so you already have a microphone? Wonderful. Would you like an extra microphone?
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Eric Peters. I'm one of the ocean ambassadors of the Delta pilot. It's been a long day, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling a little bit cold. So I would like to invite you, before we continue the rest of our presentation, into a little bit of an exercise. You can decide for yourself if this will be like an energizer or if this will be more like a meditation. But first of all, I would like to invite you, if you're comfortable with it, to stand up. Take your time. Find a comfortable stance. Feel your feet anchoring you. Do you have space to move around a little bit? Can you reach your arms? If not, maybe move to a different place. There's enough space in this building. Now, I invite you to close your eyes and keep them closed for the rest of this exercise. Take one slow breath in and a soft breath out. Let your attention drift down towards the water inside of your body. Think about a body of water you feel a deep personal connection with. It can be a river, an ocean, a sea. Imagine yourself right in the middle of this water body. The water is all around you, as far as you can see. You are floating effortlessly on the waves. Your human body is slowly merging with this body of water. Your waters are becoming one. Feel the waves in your fingertips. Slowly start moving your hands along with the rhythm of the water. I want to see, how is your water moving? Let the water grow inside of you a little bit bigger and expand your movement from your hands into your arms. How are your arms moving with your water? Do you feel your shoulders? We continue to grow this movement. Feel the currents in your chest. Feel a soft sway in your spine. Can you feel your spine? Feel your hips. Can you move them gently? Feel your knees soften a little bit like waves folding onto the shore. Are your knees locked? Can you bend them a little bit? While you continue this movement, start shifting your attention upwards towards your throat. What does your water sound like? Maybe it's a soft exhale, like wind over a lake, something like, or maybe it's a low hum, like deep in the ocean, something like, maybe it's a gentle shh, like moving waves. The sound doesn't have to be loud, as long as you feel a vibration coming from your body out of your mouth. You can start making your sound now. And keep doing it. Does the rhythm change? Imagine this entire group is now one interconnected water system. Does the rhythm and the sound of your water change? Can you hear the other water bodies? Can you make it louder? Now let the movement slow down. Slowly lift your body up from your water. Feel your breath rising and falling like ripples. Whenever you're ready, bring your awareness back to this room and open your eyes. All right, welcome back. And thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Also a good exercise before starting having to speak. It's a good relaxing exercise. Hi everyone, I'm Elise. I'm a participation expert at Grenspark Groot Saftingen, which you probably won't know, and I'm also looking for that exactly. Yes, so I'm a participation expert at Grenspark Groot Saftingen. If you follow the North Sea and you follow the Western Scheldt inlands for 80 kilometers and you take a sharp right turn, you will end up there or at the red spot on the right of the screen. It's a cross-border region at the border of Belgium and the Netherlands, and it's characterized by this trinity, what we call, of port, nature and agriculture. At the heart of Grenspark Groot Saftingen, we have the drowned land of Saftingen, which is this tidal area where you find marshlands and gullies. Then we have the port of Antwerp nearby, and also a lot of polders where food is produced, and you can find agricultural activities. Before we dive into the activities that we have done there, I would like to give you some more context on the delta and of this region. So I thought change would be a good element to introduce our region, because it's something that you all might recognize in your own pilots and drops as well. So change is very visible and tangible in this area. The currents running in, the tides running in every day. To give you an idea, if we look at the red spots, the difference between low and high tide there is usually 5 meters. So I have a pointer. Can you imagine 5 meters? If it's spring tide, it will go up to 7 meters even. So it's a change that really is very tangible, that makes sediments move, that makes coastline shifts, and it also creates circumstances for a lot of species to be inhabitants. So we have the European flounder swimming through our rivers. We have the spoonbill visiting from February till October to rest, to feed, to breed. We have the red shank, blue-throat, other birds as well. The reed warbler, for example, the one you hear right now, is known for his diverse songs that they have. And for example, the sea aster mining bee is also an inhabitant. I thought it was a cool name, the sea aster mining bee. But not only circumstances for certain species are created, but also for economic growth. We have in the delta the port of Rotterdam and the port of Antwerp, which have been expanding and growing for the last decades and still are. And you can imagine that it has left quite a mark on the landscape as well. I looked it up, and we share a record in Rotterdam and in Antwerp. We both welcomed the MSC Lorita, which is or at that point was the biggest ship in the world, 400 meters long, with a capacity of 24,000 containers. And this creates this kind of views where you have some houses in front of the dike and the big container ships passing by behind the dike. So there's a change in the landscape, but it also defines how we live, how we work, how we learn. A change in culture. And what we know for the last decades in Belgium and the Netherlands is to build dikes, because the water is a threat, is something that we need to push back, to keep out. And it's not easy to change that, and we experienced this firsthand in Grenspark Groot Saftingen, because there was a decision made to depolder, which is the process of returning land to the sea. And at one point we could see all those signs in the landscape, depoldering no. It created a lot of conflicts, a lot of strong emotions amongst farmers, inhabitants there, to give land back to the sea. It changed their perspective on safety, on ownership, and it was quite challenging. The social network was disrupted, and the trust in government really was gone. So that's when Grenspark Groot Saftingen was founded. It was to rebuild this trust between governments and inhabitants. We are a partnership of 11 semi-governments and local organizations, and we've been doing it for 10 years now, and I can say or dare say that we have been succeeding in this. Right now we have a strong local network, and we also use this network and this local knowledge in the drop Future Tidal Architecture, which David will talk some more about.
Yes. Thank you, Elise. My name is David de Boer. I'm from the Delta Metropolis Association, or the Vereniging Delta Metropool in Dutch. We are a think tank who do design research for spatial development, and Grenspark Groot-Saftingen asked us to help with the activities for this region. And I think Elise already gave a great introduction to here we see some more images of the Grenspark. But the topic of change is, of course, not something only of the last century or the last decades. This interchange between land and water goes back way longer before, and this is something that you maybe not see directly in the landscape right now, but below the surface, and not only the water surface, but also the surface of the fine sediment in the bottom of the estuary. Yeah, really, you can uncover really this big history of changes in the region. Because if we switch the camera, if it's possible, there's all kinds of things that can be uncovered, such as this megalodon shark teeth of millions of years ago, which was this mega shark in these prehistoric oceans, moved back later by these woolly rhino teeth, which was also found during mega infrastructural projects in the region, down to when the first inhabitants came to live in this sort of fertile estuary region, with some local, with some hunting materials made of silex. But it was not only the estuary that brought the living conditions, but also the threats. In the late Middle Ages, that's where this little flute came from, which was probably washed away during the St. Elizabeth's flood of 1421. And more things were found uncovered in this silty sediment, also showing sort of big changes in world history, such as these little tobacco pipes near one of the forts, military forts, around during the Independence War of the Netherlands, which also, of course, contains tobacco, which is this new world plant. So not only the big ocean changes coming in, but also world changes coming in, especially, like Elise said, in the last couple of decades, with the big expansion of the port, the rise of world economies. And these kind of things are maybe not as physically hidden as these found objects beneath the surface of the sediment, but they are somewhat more intangible. If you can, thank you. They are somewhat more intangible, and they are, of course, in the last century, they can still be told firsthand. So what's beneath the surface of these big landscape changes and the world coming into the region is something we set up in discussing stories with locals, literally at their kitchen tables, telling the stories of the major flood of '53, the explosive expansion of the port of Antwerp, which became the second biggest port in Europe. But also the way that living off the land and off the water changed. People could fish in the Scheldt and hunt and poach, and later that was not possible anymore. Or the villages along the Scheldt, which used to be the gateways to the region with small-scale ports for agricultural projects, but were phased out because of water protection measures. So besides these big changes in the past, we wanted to take inspiration from them to also look towards the future, which is where we gathered experts, basically on the topics of this trinity, as Elise just mentioned: the port, agriculture, climate change, water dynamics, water ecosystems, to basically talk about what are these future major turning points that are going to happen could happen for this region. And of course, it's very difficult to speculate on certain points in the futures, but we try to make timelines of both past and future. Past using the local knowledge of the inhabitants, and talking about the impact that these big, often global changes happened on their individual lives, their communities, and the agency within the landscape. And talking to these experts about future developments where they couldn't necessarily really pinpoint specific moments in time, as more as they could speculate on certain developments that were going to happen in that future. Such as paradigm shifts in how we treat our ecosystems, how we live together with nature, how we consider water safety and food systems, for example. And these two timelines were basically the input for students of the TU Delft to do scenario building. So where we collected the stories of the past, we also wanted to collect stories of the future, so to say. So we gave them in their brief the assignment to look towards two scenarios and basically lay out an exploration on how these locals could sort of engage with the water around them and engage with their living environment, which resulted into an incredible varied spread of stories, where some students told stories about pioneers who would adopt new agricultural systems, new types of housing. Some students even also developed a cautionary tale about what could happen if things go wrong, and also non-human perspectives. And in the end, if we could switch back to the camera again, maybe. In the end, we tried to combine all these things into an exposition, which was which only opened the day before yesterday, so we don't have any pictures of it yet in this presentation. But we did make a small-scale model of the exhibition on the table, where again we did not only want to summarize the entire process of telling stories about agency, community, but we also wanted to look ahead, so this exhibition also ends with a call to the locals and visitors to start forming their own future communities, as to say. And whereas communities used to only, of course, tell stories about the past, start actually telling stories about the future. And in that way, engaging and already taking up their role in the big challenges and changes that this region will approach. And the engagement with people, with locals, is a thread that actually also goes back to the other part of the Delta pilot in Rotterdam. So I'm going to give the pointer to Francine.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I'm already sleeping, I think. But good afternoon. My name is Francine van Westrenen. I'm the head of agency at het Nieuwe Instituut. I will stand, probably. Maybe that's better. Nieuwe Instituut is a museum for architecture, design, and digital culture based in Rotterdam. And I thought it was nice because we're talking about Bauhaus of the Seas already for a long time. But it's good to point out that Bauhaus was, of course, a design school. And in 2019, it celebrated its, let's say, the 100 years of its, well, it's not longer existing, but it was founded 100 years ago. And at that point, Nieuwe Instituut organized a project called Neuhaus. And Neuhaus was a moment in time for us really, I think, fundamental as an institute, because we said, okay, for 100 years, we have put the human central in design education, but looking at the world today and all the social and ecological challenges that we're facing, it's probably better to focus a little bit more on a more than human and maybe a less Western perspective on the world. So that was for us a starting point for the Zoöp. I think really an important, well, you've heard about that already. I think the zoonomical approach to think always in relations, to be reciprocal, to work regenerative is part of our daily practice. And we started with the new academy. We invited philosopher in post-human philosophy, Rosie Braidotti, to work with us to think how we could translate this more than human, non-Western perspectives in design education, so to say. That resulted in the new academy. And when Rosie entered, that was almost the same moment as we were entering the Bauhaus of the Seas project as well. So we decided to combine the two projects. Rosie focused on the port city, the fact that Rotterdam is a port city, but the city seems disconnected from the port, and also all, let's say, all the benefits that the port has brought us, except for, let's say, you could say, sort of economic prosperity, but there are lots of things that a port city also brings to the city. And lots of those things are often characterized as problems. We have a working class city, which means a lot of things, but it does not necessarily mean knowledge. And in the eyes of Rosie, that was really a mistake. So she decided to focus on the knowledge of the city itself. And knowledge of the city and the citizens itself, and the citizens, humans and non-humans. We decided to create a curriculum for change, together with a lot of citizens, and now I'll get back. This is, you can of course not see it. But this is Rotterdam. You see 17 places within the city. All those 17 places are, let's say, local communities, makers, gardeners, DJs, all kinds of people that shared the knowledge. They have developed knowledge, and they shared the knowledge during the after summer school, which is, let's say, the festival for the curriculum of change. And I have the program books here. One of the things that we did was team up with the water school of Rianne Makkink and Jurgen Bij to really focus on this idea of the living with water. What does it mean for a city of Rotterdam, as Rotterdam, to live with water and the citizens? Rianne, can you?
Oh, it's my turn.
It's your turn.
Thank you. So this after summer school was within 2 years. Last year we did the project, the Water Walk Park. Perhaps the camera can be here because I've been focusing on the table. The Water Walk Park, and it was more related into the city. I don't have any images except from this. More the park itself, that's in the city itself, and how to learn from the water table, to learn from the river. What does it mean, a public space in the park? Only 5 minutes. Okay, I will be fast. So that was last year. But I want to address now, because you've been to Rotterdam, some of you, last year, and we did also, you visit the park, but this year we did something different. We were based in the harbor as the water school, and it was quite interesting for us, striking. And now I want to show you actually an image that this is dangerous. But this is not, but this is a very important image actually, and I don't have it in the booklet, or not big. There is a big ship in the harbor at the moment, because where we are will be a residential area. Now at this point are living 1,500 immigrants. They have already the status of the Netherlands, and they live there, but they live there on 2 years on a cruise ship. So they are in between land and water. And why, we don't know. They say it's a lack of housing, but it's also, are they accepted, yes or no? And that's the whole point, because we still have the idea about, we heard it before, we call even nowadays not only animals and plants invasive, but even people invasive. And that's an interesting topic, because it came actually from plants and animals.
And we've been making kind of research about how language changed during the years. Because and I wanted to start with I call it the silver diplomat, that water can be a kind of a diplomat. We are water, we resonate through water, so everything we say comes in through our water system, our body of water. And if you think about the history of language, then it's suddenly now, the last 10 years, the name invasive is overall. And not only for people, but also especially for animals and non-bacteria and everything. We see that it's present in our environment. They migrate not only voluntary, they come with ballast water, like also the wool-mitten crab, but also other species just come non-voluntary. And we still call them invasive. If you think about the mitten crab that was also mentioned in Hamburg, that's already 100 years in Europe, more than 100 years. And we still call them alien, not welcome, invasive. And so how long does it take that we say there is something going on and people and species are migrating? Now, that was a whole research, and in the end, how can we communicate through another kind of a praxis? We did the LARP praxis before in the water school in a way of not through another kind of language, not a verbal language, but by body, sound, and tools. So we did this year, also again, a big LARP. And we did it in a new area. It's based on the fourth landscape, so it's in between land and water, and a new area that can be only a new kind of way of living. It means new kind of living with other species. And it's the Tidal Park in Rotterdam. It's made by man, but the species take it over, or actually the beings. I don't want to talk about species anymore, about beings. We are also beings. And we did this LARP, and what is important? Acting. Through tools and the way of acting and the behavior and sounds, you can make another communication. And that's also, I think, to address this whole topic of communication. We have to find a new language to also discuss the species and the non-species, us as beings all over the planet. So, thank you.
Thank you, Gian. Thank you, Francine, David, everyone from the wonderful and final pilot presentation. We are now moving to a conversation between Eduardo Castillo and Andrea Molina, who is the artist invited by TBA 21 Academy to live with us on and off the project and come up with a narrative to tell what we've been doing for the last 3 years. So I'll leave you the floor. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Andrea Molina, and thank you so much for having me today here. And I will keep the mic close, as Eva told me. Okay, so I'm going to tell the story of the storytelling component that I've been developing in collaboration with TBA 21, or through the invitation of TBA 21 to be part of the whole Bauhaus of the Seas project. So I want to thank everyone for including me and having me today. So it all started with an invitation by Uriel Foguet, which is here. I want to start there with his the connection he made between work I have been doing before when we met a long time ago in okay, this is the picture of the installation we are going to see, by the way, after the presentation all together. So work I was doing, or I did in the context of Matadero Madrid and the Institute of the Mutant Institute for Environmental Narratives, where I had the opportunity also to meet Rosa Ferrer and well, to say that all this story started while ago through a series of experimental laboratories, ecofiction laboratories, in which I invited the community around the cultural institution, but also it had a further reach to involve like communities in Usera, that is a neighborhood in Madrid, to co-create fiction narratives as a form of involving people in the transformation of everyday environments that they had a desire to transform beyond the catastrophic kind of prospects in which the environmental crisis was narrated. So kind of like to offer an opportunity kind of to surpass and to propose together small changes in localized contexts. So it all started there with a series of methodologies, like to involve or to invite people to transcend this, this barrier between like fiction and reality, and as kind of like a political dispositif that allows everyone to deposit desires by narrating stories. That is something that it offers an input that through which we can all connect and offer something. So my role was like to use kind of the image making or the image making capacities of architecture and design to kind of at the service of those stories. So that was the key idea, and it all evolved in like a series of images and videos and stories that were the kind of seeds for what we have been doing here in the Bauhaus experiential storytelling project. So just an introduction, and the context in which Uriel and I reconnected was exhibition I did in New York, Geofantasies, that was exploring the fiction-making capacity of the carbon capture industry to make us believe that actually we can recapture all the emissions that we have put out there in the atmosphere. So kind of also exploring how fiction is also very much a tool that is out there used by corporate entities. We have been developing a series of workshops within the Bauhaus of the Seas, and this was the first one in Lisbon, the Gulbenkian Foundation. And I'm going to be brief about that. There is also the research room where you can expand about like all the dynamics we develop, but just to put it a little bit in context, like we created like some sort of escape room in which we all enter together, in which the different dispositives and we're kind of creating a different reality, like piece by piece. Like for example, I invited artist and researcher Laura Tripaldi, which is here with us, to propose a future context in which all her like research and aesthetic world into this new space of soft materials was already a reality. So given like a kind of like base point or through which we could all enter a new kind of aesthetic reality, political reality that we are all make the contract of believing that we were already there in this kind of like horizon. So also Justiana Gorowska that proposed experience, or we were invited to witness a marriage between her and a lagoon, where like the shrimp in a lagoon. So it like where all these like kind of like different relationships, no, a relationship of marriage, of care to shrimp in a lagoon, no. So we already were there, and then we were had 2 missions to accomplish in the context of opening ourselves to this new world that was out there in the gardens, and embodying different forms of existence in which through kind of these inputs we could relate in a different way to the reality that was surrounding us. So it was a moment of sharing that had been like kind of the crucial component out of all these like experiences and games and playful dynamics in which we could all have like the moment of sharing, like the experience of having transcended a little bit like that barrier that I was speaking before of, like when are we in our like constant, like what we assume as our reality, and when we can like transcend a little bit, those constraints. So it was a very rewarding like moment, I think, in which I was, the first time I realized, okay, this is like working and makes a lot of sense in this context. And then we developed another workshop that was actually divided into parts. One was it was a co-creation of a board game that was the this is an online session in that happened in Barcelona. It was like connecting from New York, and here is when after co-creating certain components of this board game, we actually played it, and so all the pilots had different, their own like context and atmosphere and environment in which they were invited to enter through the creation and negotiation of different scenarios, from economic, political, and transformations that they had to negotiate and enter in this new reality that the game was proposing, through embodying also different actants that were related to some existing agents within the actual pilots and all the projects that we have heard from, but also new ones, and that were proposed through the dynamic, the co-creation dynamic that we had online. And yeah, like the game you can learn. I'm not gonna explain like much, like a lot of it. We can maybe like talk a little bit through the conversation. So I know we are all very tired, so we can also learn a little bit more from what the game was about and what were the outcomes also in the research room. Here you get a sense of kind of the different steps and the kind of conversations, and actually I think it's everyone here who has also something to say about it, because you were the ones that actually made it happen by participating. So, and yeah, just to say that all the stories that emerge through to that interaction and to this negotiation of embodying the blue crab in the Venice lagoon, or through kind of someone that could experience or make the effort or even invited to have a different experience of an agent they never felt like they were that, but they had interacted to, so kind of this like change of perspective. So all the stories like create like different type of realities, some of them more like belonging to kind of like other worlds that could be in certain ways like possible or not possible, that had to negotiate also optimistic and and challenging scenarios in the future. And all that was created and woven together there was the inspiration for me to create this visual output or interpretation that speaks of phantasmagoric illusions, but that are in a fragile material, as these like transparent textiles that appear and disappear, and that are kind of there, but also is a form of interpreting, aesthetic interpretation of everything that emerged, through everyone that participated in all the pilots. So thank you for that welcoming and very generous participation that everyone had in all these workshops, and I think I'm gonna leave it there.
Well, does it work? Yes. Well, thank you so much, Andrea. How are we doing? Because I know it's been a long day, so hopefully you're still awake. We're in the final stage. But yes, I think this is a very good example of, well, we haven't seen it during the whole day, right? Like the role that artists can play in activating processes of thought in different ways. And in a sense, this was also part of the reason why we wanted to invite you, right? To activate this process of collective thought through fiction, right? Before going there, because I know you have been working with fiction and storytelling for a long time, but also you are an architect. And I know that many of us, we are in a way bastards on our own fields that somehow ended up in the outskirts or disciplinary kind of boundaries. But how do you ended up working with fiction, storytelling, coming from a disciplinary context of architecture?
Well, that's a kind of crucial and huge question, like for me, but it was obviously a process of understanding that everything that architecture was doing was proposing a future reality that didn't exist yet and had no tools and mechanisms that were very effective in making believe that those things were going to actually happen. From all the kind of technical rigorosity that a technical drawing can make you believe that something or a mechanism is going to function, to a very desirable space and aesthetic that appeals to you through even like the oniric or unconscious. So what were these tools like achieving, like in the world I was, inhabiting as a kind of new graduate, or like, working or starting to, even deciding to work in an architecture office. And it was like trying to inverse that relationship. I had, through kind of, I was licensed to create those fictions. What gave me the privilege of actually doing so was that I had those like technical image-making capacities that didn't allow others to enter that conversation. And I was like, there is a way in which actually I always start narrating my projects through writing, and this is a space that other people can enter, because even like narrating or like constructing a story or even narrating like experience, this storytelling capacity is something that is natural to humans. It's the first form of conversation and ancestral form of communication that allowed us that conversation to have like many inputs of co-creating. So sorry, I'm with the mic out, but hopefully you hear me. So that was how I connected these two.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because in a way every building was at some point a fiction that became true, right? Like through drawings, through technical material, and so on and so forth. Then you create the context from which that thing can become real, right? We have a very interesting question here, but let's try to dissect it a bit because it's quite complex. How can working with images, imaginers, and fictions contribute to the research process? So let's go first with fictions, since we're talking about them. And it's a very straightforward question, like, for example, what can fiction offer that more orthodox research, and fiction in the sense of what you've been doing with this work, that other more orthodox research processes like writing cannot do?
Writing in which sense?
In the sense that you can understand from a PhD, someone opening books, researching, gathering knowledge, and developing hypotheses about that. Like, what can this model of research offer that the other cannot?
So I think it's a space, a visual space of communicating and connection and understanding that opens up, a wider form of interference between different practices, like the visual world and what we theorize, but also practically apply or understand as imaginaries are something we all share as kind of inhabitants of a visual world. So I think it's again a form in which we can kind of resonate, agree, or negotiate without the rigor of academic environments or other form of research. That is a way, I think, of arriving to common places that allows for a conversation of appeal, desire, and negotiating an aesthetic that we want to collectively create for that future we want to propose, that is different to the capacity of criticism to point out to the kind of problems, and then a form of actually doing something about it that involves more people in the process.
Yeah, and also like a model of creating resilience, right? So you put yourself in a hypothetical scenario, like scenario planning that we saw since the Cold War is something similar, right? Like you position yourself in a fictional space, and then you develop protocols of how you behave or interact to arrive to those contexts in a way, or maybe to cancel those, right? But also, and moving to the next thing that I think is very interesting, and somehow was crystallized also through the installation that we might go in a few minutes.
We are
going. Which is the idea of image making, the role of image making as such, right? Because an image in a very kind of broad sense, because if you think, for example, about climate change and the ecological crisis, many of the most powerful tools that we have to try to change the current pathway that we have are images. Like, for example, you see like IPCC models, those kind of graphs. Those are representation of potential futures that at the same, they are unfolding mechanisms that allow us to try to diverge from those potential scenarios, right? So I want to also ask you about what was the process that you followed to develop the different images that we will see in the exhibition.
So yeah, I actually was finding like a lot of connection with this cabinet of curiosities that we are looking at today, because actually those stories that we are going to hear about, because the piece actually has sound component and visual component, all the 7 pilots and all the 7 stories that emerged from each of the board games ended up in a narration that you can listen to while you walk around. So I invite everyone to explore the QR code that is in the information of the piece and actually take the whole experience of what is proposed there. But I would say the process was similar to this like collecting and like detecting different like objects and that were able to trigger an imaginary, a sort of collection of meaning and memories, and put together. The stories already interconnect these objects in different ways that we have seen they were found or they actually are operating, or are brought back to operate in a way they are not anymore. So what you will see is like more like a space, oniric space, in which a lot of these elements, agents, maybe actions, are in a way interconnected, in a way there to be brought into meaning by the observer through what each of these like spectrums awake in each of us, because it's also very much related to the intention of awakening memories and conversations that have emerged throughout this whole project.
Well, I think maybe what we can do is to go there, since we have now like a 10-minute break. 10 minutes? 10 minutes?
It's half an hour.
Half an hour?
Half an hour coffee
Even
break.
better. Let's go there, maybe we can go around it.
And actually, after we go, there's another guess so. It's better than a bell. Hello, hello. We are coming to the final segment of our journey, of our program. So I welcome everyone into the room. Sim, sim. So, please join us at the table. So now we can move. We are now going to talk about the future. And that means what happens next, but also what has this project achieved in terms of its primal objective or goal, which is research. So Nuno will tell us a bit more about the research that's been also done in the context of the project, and Mariana will also tell us about one of the, let's say, outcomes or seeds that came from the project. Do you want to start? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I think as we reach the end of the project and we reflect about what happened, it's interesting to think about how this group became such a large family with time. So we started as a very small cohort of people with an idea, and then progressively we became a consortium with 18 partners. And that was, of course, super exciting and very difficult as well at times. In the last few days, we were reminded of ideas around, for example, processes of participation. We laughed about the book, Marcus Misson's book, The Nightmare of Participation, right? These democratic processes are never easy or smooth, but they have to do with practices, as I was talking at lunch today, of commoning. And commoning has to do with going together and walking together towards in a certain direction. And that walking together is, of course, often less efficient. It is at times slower and imperfect, but there is a common commitment. There's a commitment to keep the door open and to let people in. And so today, I think it was really interesting to see ocean ambassadors. So these are, let's say, the third ring of people involved in the projects and the pilots, speaking on behalf of the pilots. And this, I think, was really rewarding. We were all happy to know that these people are carrying the project forward, because they are the ones that will take it to the future. And this is super important. It reminds me of one of my favorite architects and urban theorists, Doina Petrescu, who says that losing control is keeping desire. And so by giving up very controlling positions, we ignite desire in others. And in the beginning of this process, the idea of decentering the human comes with an agenda of course, distributing agency, distributing power, and working from a decentralized position. And so we set up to do this, to divide the project into a series of partners that were academic, that were municipal, and that were cultural, which was challenging but extremely rewarding, we think. This led us to projects that took place because of this conjugation of partners, projects that took place, as we saw today, at the beach, inside a kitchen, at a school curriculum, and very rarely inside the walls of a museum. We were very happy about this because we wanted art and design-led initiatives to infiltrate everyday life. And so this has led us to a range of projects that are very different from one another. And so in terms of the aesthetics that we were discussing, I don't think that there is a language, a common language that we can see. It's very diverse, it's incredibly heterogeneous, but it has, we think, this value of representing an effort in trying to see and act, see it from other perspectives, from, in this case, non-human perspectives too. And so be that through LARPing, as we saw today, or swimming, or cooking, or the making of saunas, or the making of public furniture, I think what gathers these projects together is this effort, this, you could say it, an empathic effort in line with the philosophy of posthumanism that has guided us from the beginning as we started the project. And then finally, I think what we can be very happy to take with us is a new lexicon. In the Bauhaus of the Seas, we created concepts, for example, brought about by Anne Light, of a sea forum and the idea of ocean ambassadors. And Klaas brought us the concept of speaker for the living. We came up with the interspecies assemblies proposition and regenerative menus and the idea of drops, ripples and waves that we've been talking about. And we hope that all of these are ideas that are up for grabs, as Nuno mentioned yesterday, that each one of us now sort of takes forward into the future in different projects and initiatives. So that's that. I think we are now sharing just a couple, two examples, and maybe we. Thanks. So one project that is starting right now at ITI within our research group is a project that we worked in together with Cristiano Rosado, who is here too. We are now part of a project called Tidal Arts, which is led by Submariner Network. We are responsible for the coordination of the lighthouses and the residencies that the project offers. So far we have attributed 20 lighthouse projects. These are grants of 15K for artists working with scientists in their own local territory. And this happens in 4 basins. These are the Baltic and North Sea with Finland as a partner, the Aalto University, then in the Atlantic and Arctic, in the Azores more precisely, the Mediterranean here in Venice, and the Danube, that's like our partners are in Budapest. And so within this context, we have now initiated these 20 lighthouse projects. And we are about to close, actually today, we closed the open call for 4 residencies. These are 50,000 euro residencies for artists who want to engage with scientists and the local community in either of these 4 basins. If any of you is hearing about this for the first time, the application is just one A4 page, so you can still do it until midnight, I suppose.
Skip dinner and apply.
And yeah, and so we are very happy that our partners are Vaga and the Walk and Talk Festival in Azores, Ocean Space, where we are today. So we will continue this collaboration with TBA, CCA Contemporary Art Archipelago in Finland, and then the ARPAD Museum in Budapest. As part of this, we are developing at ITI within the master's and PhD program attempts at creating interspecies assemblies that are digitally led, and we are developing local LLMs that respond to particular ecosystems and learn about particular ecosystems. Some of these we have been developing at ITI already for a while, since 2021, and Nuno will tell you more about this in a second. But essentially, Tidal Arts is a project that is led by artists and hosted essentially by cultural institutions and scientists. This is a project that's very connected with the EU mission, Mission Oceans, and so it directly wants to tackle climate, environmental, and biodiversity crisis.
Yeah. Thank you, Mariana. Now I'm going to show you a more invisible part of the Bauhaus of the Seas, and hopefully this is going also to be inspiring for you, and which I think relates a lot to the future. So as part of the Bauhaus of the Seas, but not directly funded by the project, we launched a new PhD program. And this PhD program has been attracting lots of interesting students from all over the world. And I'm going to just give you a little bit of some highlights of the type of research they are doing. These are second-year PhD students, so they should be graduating in a couple of years, and most of their research is finally coming up in research publications. So Joana Pestana is working on the interspecies assembly concept. She's a designer. She designed together with Mariana this installation that probably some of you already know called NNX, and now she's moving forward by using AI to speak on behalf of the non-humans, which is a very interesting and also controversial topic and subject. So I've been collaborating. I'm one of the co-supervisors of Joana in this idea of trying to use AI to give voice to the non-humans, and the topic of anthropomorphizing this kind of relationship is always interesting. Another example of the research is by Katerina Iglzaki. She's an architect. She was attracted to the project again, and she's looking at these tidaletics, these new kind of radical mapping strategies for first to map her own autoethnographies in the Tagus River in Salinas do Samoco. So she developed these very beautiful portraits and maps which kind of try to show tidaletic rhythms. So for instance, how birds migrate, how different activities take place in that particular space, and how these activities are shaped by the tidal rhythms, for instance, when it's high tide or low tide. And again, most of this work has been published. It has not been disseminated in the context of the project because, again, like I said, it's related but not directly funded by the project. But I think it's a good example of how we are trying to push things forward with the idea of the Bauhaus of the Seas. Curated by Mariana, many of these PhD projects have been shown at Centro Cultural de Belém, which is an important cultural institution in Lisbon. Another example of research is Valentina De Marchi. She's been working mostly on participatory tools and toolkits for engaging coastal communities. She developed this ocean literacy compass, which she has been applying in many different coastal communities to try to understand what aspects of ocean literacy these communities want to express. And we were already just discussing during the coffee break how important it is to engage the coastal communities. This is work also co-supervised with Valentina Nisi and myself. And she's also working on the coastal community thinking toolkit. So again, creating toolkits for communities, especially coastal communities, to understand what are the issues and how they want to go about these issues. I'll pass on to Mariana to talk about Carlos.
Of course. Carlos is an architect. He's part of a collective called La Quarta Piel. And he is developing interfaces between people, non-humans, and certain aquatic environments, in particular saline environments. So he's working with Salinas do Samoco, which is a site that effectively was the site that two of the artists in the Lisbon pilot worked. And then also many of our researchers are working with this site. But he's also working with the Delta de Ebro salines too. And these interfaces, essentially, they engage people in different ways through dance, through facial treatments. And so there is a symbiotic relationship that the interface puts forward, and which you can pass on to the next slide, and which creates situations where there is an enhancement in empathy, he believes, between people and these ecosystems, particularly through the engagement with some of the species, as you see here, the pink tone of Archaea, for example, is one of them.
So another example is Bia Maggie Pinto. By the way, I'm very sorry we didn't have the funding left in the project to bring all of these brilliant students here. They would have deserved. So this in a way is an homage to the research that they are doing. And by the way, Bea, if you saw those beautiful diagrams with the Bauhaus of the Seas approach, she was the one that volunteered before we even started the proposal to draw those beautiful images. So she's the one to give credit to that. She's a diver, and she's doing her PhD together with us at Carnegie Mellon University, and she developed many approaches in how embodied experience of the seas can prompt feelings of interconnectedness with nature. One example is being published and actually made a material through a VR game experience, gamified experience, where you actually dive deep into the ocean and you feel this experience of going down. Sorry, this was supposed to be a video showing the VR experience, and while you dive down, you actually follow different animals. So the seal kind of looks at you and helps you start doing the dive, and then through the dive until you reach the deepness of the sea, you meet different animals and you start creating this kind of animal companionship through a VR experience, and your body starts transforming into water. We had just a kind of a meditative experience in the session before, but this is how this could be informed through a VR experience. Fernanda, I don't know.
I can speak about Fernanda's work. I'm one of her co-supervisors with Valentina. She's trained and she's a quite experienced industrial designer, packaging designer, but Fernanda has engaged with our program looking for understanding how through biomaterials, mainly made also from oysters, but from seaweed. So she has been involved at the BioLab with Jeremy and Luca and other researchers, and they have created a community of research, which is, of course, an amazing outcome of our project. And she has worked with how she can, through these materials, can design interfaces that are especially applied for children, and how through an awareness of the landscape and an awareness of the materials, children can have also an idea of empathy towards the landscape and the ecosystem. And a very interesting part of her research is understanding the precariousness of materials that are biodegradable and how that reacts to what the expectations of what children have of toys that may last forever as plastic, but they don't last forever as toys.
Another example, Bernardo Oeiras, he was actually not only a PhD researcher, but he also was one of the artists that was engaged in one of the artistic in Oeiras, in Bugio. This is a different project he did. So Bernardo, as an artist and designer, is trying to explore different ways that you can observe aquatic environments. Here he was playing around with this idea of the orange, the color orange, and the sign of orange as danger, and using it also as a way to look into the water, and creating an installation that was then had an audiovisual component. And also he created the radio in Bugio, where and used a lot of ecoacoustic sensors to give voice to some of these remote ecosystems in Selvagens, and then later on in Bugio, where he created a radio with Diana Policarpo. And I'm almost there, but I just wanted to show all of them because there are a lot, and I hope this shows you the potential of the future research that is emerging from the Bauhaus of the Seas. Mathilde Goun, she's been co-supervised also with Valentin and myself, and she's exploring this interesting space of how do you connect with other non-human entities around you when you're, for instance, going on a trek outside in the field. People don't want, if they are going to walk in nature, they don't want to have their phone. They already have the phone everywhere when they go to the toilet, when they're at home, everywhere. So she designed this kind of wearable device which emits the sound of the species that you might encounter during a walk, and basically tries to enhance the experience of being in nature by using a wearable device that also vibrates if there is a callback from the animal while you're doing the walk. And she calls this design Critter Connect. It's already been published, and she's also been trying to push this idea of using co-design methods for people to be aware of nature. And finally, Mariana Simões.
Yep. Mariana Simões is also an architect. She is reimagining material catalogs. So she believes that material catalogs, for example, in the field of architecture and design, are very disconnected from the places where the materials are sourced. And so what she is doing is creating a platform where people can introduce, it's an open source platform where people can introduce materials, but also recipes for making those materials. And specifically, and this is really interesting about her research, she's looking into biopigments that she is collecting and transforming and applying from the region of Salinas do Samoco. So on the table, in the Lisbon pilot, you will see a series of tiles that have the hues, the color of the landscape of Salinas do Samoco, because they were extracted from there. And you will see a series of tiles that were then done in collaboration with Jeremy that spoke earlier, but that have Mariana's pigmentations.
And also the napkin that she designed for the presentation of Rain Wu's The Lisbon Spice Rack.
Okay, and I think when people ask us about the future of the project, we have been talking a lot in politics. We've been going to Brussels trying to persuade the Commission that they should put more money in the ocean, and in the way that we try to push forward with the Bauhaus of the Seas. We would like the Bauhaus of the Seas not to stop at the first project, but to continue. But it's actually not easy to persuade the people that can strategically invest money in calls that could enable us and everybody else who is interested in this. And I'm so happy to see so many people interested beyond the consortium. But the future is also this school that we created. We don't have a name for it. We just launched a call for PhD students. They came to us and they are doing their research. And I truly believe, even if we don't manage to fund a follow-up project of the Bauhaus of the Seas, these students are going to be going out in the world doing research, becoming academics, perhaps working in cultural institutions or companies, and really take the legacy of the Bauhaus of the Seas forward. So because we couldn't fund them to be here, we wanted to also show their work and their faces. In case you are interested, please do contact them, because they will be excited to talk to you all.
So I'm not sure if we have 5 minutes left. If we have any final remarks before we pass the word to Eduardo and Laura. Do you have any final remarks? Or maybe some questions?
Perhaps some questions. So we already... Comments, remarks? No?
I think there's one word we haven't explained to the audience yet, which is Zoöp. We were saying this earlier, right? I think at some point we've been mentioning the word Zoöp, starting with class since the very beginning. Zoöp is a combination of the word zoe, one of the Greek or words in Greek for life, and the word co-op. So it's a collaboration centered on life. And this is, I think, maybe a very kind of eloquent way to conclude this session with the very beginning of one idea that got us together. Because if the European Bauhaus is something, when it was launched 5 years ago by President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, is not necessarily about a school. It is about a school, but it's also a word that will inspire us to keep going forward. And I think, and we believe that also Zoöp, which is something that we've been working with for now 3 years, it should also be that. And words matter. So, with that in mind, thank you everyone. We will now pass the mics to Laura and Eduardo, and we hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm wearing the jacket, but as you probably know, it's so cold here. We arrived to the last moment of the day. I know we're all exhausted, so we will keep it short. Actually, we might even skip the conversation at the end, but hopefully we will open up to potential questions from the public, since I think that we need to take the advantage of Laura being here. So for those that doesn't know her, Laura Tripaldi is a researcher and writer working at the intersection of material science, philosophy, and contemporary art. She holds a PhD in material science and nanotechnology from the University of Milano. And her work investigates the intelligence of matter. Understanding intelligence as how, like material sense respond and generate a form of agency towards the world. She currently is an artist and in residence, a visiting professor at NYU Shanghai, and has lectured in many different contexts, both academic but also para-academic. And Laura is the author, probably you know her, for the book Parallel Minds, that was published by the publishing house Urbanomic back in 2022, and that I really recommend you to read, which explore non-human modes of perception and cognition emerging across chemical, biological, and technological systems. So I really want to thank Laura for being here with us today. I know you took like a long flight from Shanghai to being with us. So I want to ask a big round of applause for her. I'm looking forward to the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. It's always a pleasure to have a chance to visit Venice, and I'm really excited to share some of my recent research with you all. And I think that you will find, I hope that some aspects of this research will resonate also with a lot of the topics that have been discussed today. Currently, I work as a postdoctoral researcher at the Center for AI and Culture of NYU Shanghai, where the main focus is understanding and examining the cultural and philosophical implications of emerging technologies. And we don't really focus exclusively on AI as we all know it, not just on AI as large language models, for example, but also on artificial intelligence as a general question. So how can we create and engage with technologies in more intelligent ways, not just as passive tools, but as something else, as something more. And so this leads me to the topic of my talk tonight, which is, I've decided to title After Machines, precisely because my research focuses on this idea that we are close to a technological transition where a lot of the technologies that are emerging today are really overcoming this outdated paradigm of the mechanical construct of the machine. And I'll try to give you some examples of how this is happening. But first, a few words about my background. I'm a material scientist, so I started my career working in the lab as a scientist, and specifically, I've been working on developing materials that are capable of responding to different environmental stimuli, self-organizing on different scales. So my work as a scientist was really focused on this idea of matter, not just as a passive substrate of human action, but as an active participant, an intelligent participant. And so through this idea, I've also engaged with art and with, I would say, interdisciplinary reflection on the topic of matter, both theoretically but also practically, organizing workshops and activities with people coming from a variety of different backgrounds, creating open laboratories where people could join and actually engage with matter as more than just a passive substrate. So my work as a scientist led me to the research that then conducted me to the publication of my first book, Parallel Minds, and the main idea of this book is, or sort of started from my experience as a scientist, but also noticing that many of those phenomena of self-organization, of responsiveness that I was studying in the lab were also all around me. They were sort of general properties of the material world. And so bridging science with new materialist philosophy, my work tries to think of matter as more than just a passive thing, a passive tool. So I would like to start from this quote. This is a quote from Karen Barad. She's, I'm sure you all know Karen Barad, one of the leading thinkers of new materialism. And I think this quote is really interesting and it's really effective in capturing the idea of new materialism. So matter is a substance in its interactive becoming, not a thing, but a doing, a congealing of agency. So we look at matter and we understand matter not as just a passive thing, not as a collection of separate objects, but as something that is active, that is continually evolving, and that is capable really of agency, of this word that really points to the capacity for acting intelligently and deliberately in the world. And this is a really fascinating and influential concept in philosophy, in the humanities, in the arts in general. But I think that one missing link when we think about new materialism is trying to connect this renewed understanding of matter with a new way of making technologies, of understanding even what technology is, what technology means. And one example that to me is very relevant in thinking about the agency of matter in technology is actually a non-human example, and it's the spider. Specifically, in my research, I've looked a lot at the relationship between spider and silk. So spiders produce this amazing material that is not only the strongest fiber in nature, but also a material that is capable of self-organization, self-healing, perception. And the relationship that the spider has with this material is definitely more profound and more complex than just an instrumental relationship. So for the spider web is I like to call it a cognitive interface, because it mediates all of the information and the signals that come from the outside world and effectively expands the cognitive horizon of the animal. And so there is some sort of symbiosis, if you would like. We could call it a techno-symbiosis, to borrow a term from the philosopher Catherine Hales, a techno-symbiosis between the animal and the material itself. This is a really fascinating paradigm, I think, for considering our human relationship with technology. So we can see that across or between spider and silk, there is a relationship that is not just one of use, but one of coevolution, of mutual action, of perception. Another interesting aspect of the spider web is that we could consider it what I would call a metabolic architecture. Of course, silk is a product of the metabolism of the spider. Silk is made as a product of the metabolic processes of the spider, and it also participates actively in this metabolism, because if you think about it, the spider web is what enables or allows the spider to capture the prey, and then that prey is sort of converted into new silk, right? So it's a perfectly circular system. And also, of course, like we tend to associate spider webs with hunting, but spider silk has a variety of different functions that really go beyond just the act of capturing prey. It's an instrument for constructing a whole world, a whole environment, for carrying, for protecting eggs, for example. So really there is a really complex and profound existential relationship between spider and silk. So I guess the guiding question for me is this. How can humans become more spider-like? And what I mean is, how can we construct a relationship with matter in our technologies that really captures this idea, this notion that matter and materials are agential and not just passive tools for human use? And of course, the idea of material agency, if we want to call it that, is a really complex notion, and it's also a philosophical and cultural notion. So what we need to do if we really want to bridge this complex philosophical and cultural complex concept into technological practices is to try to break it down, try to understand what this idea of material agency actually contains and how can we work with all of these different processes. And these are just some aspects of material agency that I think are worth pointing out. I don't think I have time to go through them all, but just to give you an idea, we have self-organization, complexity on multiple scales, plasticity, memory, and so on. So how can we really break down this concept into something we can use and we can work with? And so instead of trying to give you a full theoretical overview of material agency in technology, also because I don't have this yet, but maybe one day, I hope to give you a glimpse of what this could look like through a series of examples from emerging technology that I think really capture this evolving relationship with matter. And the first example, I think, is something you are probably already familiar with, and this idea of soft machines, of soft robots. So to go back to the title of this talk, After Machines, right? Can we overcome this view, this vision of technologies as mechanical assemblages of separate parts, right? Can we have something else, a different vision? And often this emerges through a different engagement with materiality, and soft robots are a great example of this. For example, consider Cecilia Lasky's beautiful octopus-inspired robot. Here we can see two things in action. On the one hand, you have different materials that produce different affordances. So a material that is flexible, is capable of adapting and learning. Lasky calls this embodied intelligence. But we also have some sort of aesthetic transition too that is going on, where the idea of the robot as this anthropomorphic machine starts to break down, and we see that our machines start to look more and more like non-human organisms, even invertebrates, organisms that are completely different from us. And so I think we can also see this in art. Recently, I've been thinking a lot about automata and robots in contemporary art and in art in general, because often technologies start also as playful, aesthetic constructs more than just, useful machines. And if you look at how artists engage with robots today, you can see gradually that there is a transition from this icon of the hard, shimmering robot that's really established in our imagination, that's really associated with modernism, with the 20th century. And now in the 21st century, we have these soft, non-human alien machines, right? So this change, this transformation is really not just technological, but it's also cultural and aesthetic. So I think one useful concept to think about this is a concept that I'm borrowing from Yu Kuei, a philosopher of technology. And he proposes this idea of techno-diversity. So in the same way that when we think about ecology, the concept of diversity is really fundamental to think about a sustainable future, when we think about technology, we really need to incorporate this idea of diversity too. Instead of thinking of a technological landscape that's just dominated by one single form of technology, can we foster and cultivate different forms, different embodiments, different materialities, different architectures? And this possibly is a way to sort of have a more ecological approach to technology. A second example or group of examples that I would like to discuss is what I would call symbiotic technologies, or technological holobionts, if you want. So this is the idea that a lot of emerging technologies are increasingly hybridizing non-living matter with living materials, with living cells, with microorganisms, and so on. You can see on this slide, one example is a robot that moves through the contraction of living muscle tissue. And another one is a hydrogel that's been 3D printed containing algae, and these algae capture carbon from the air by growing within the soft material. So there seems to be an increasing desire, an increasing attempt to imagine technology not in opposition to nature, but in continuity with nature. And so I'm borrowing this idea of symbiosis, which of course is a biological concept where two different organisms come together to create something else that then proceeds to have its own evolutionary story, evolutionary history. Can we import this concept into technology, and what happens when we do? And I think that this is already happening. And again, I think that a lot of this also has to do with imagination, or the way we think about technology, how we conceptualize it, and the kinds of metaphors and models that we use to construct our technologies. So this is just an example that I think is particularly interesting to think about this. So you can see on the left, this is a sea slug that produces energy through photosynthesis. So this is actually an animal that steals chloroplasts from algae in the ocean and then uses those cellular components to mimic, or actually not even mimic, but embody the behavior of a vegetal organism. And so there is this constant borrowing and sort of like horizontal transfer of properties and behaviors across different worlds. And maybe we can try to incorporate this concept also into technology. What you see on the right is an example from an architect called Rachel Armstrong, and she worked on this concept of living architecture. And her concept is the idea of incorporating living algae and microorganism into the built environment to create buildings that actually have their own metabolism. And one philosophical concept that I think is really effective in thinking about this is a concept that was proposed by philosopher Luciana Parisi, and it's the idea of hypernature. So for Luciana Parisi, hypernature is really a new way of thinking about the relationship between nature and technology. Instead of thinking of the two as like two separate worlds that never touch each other, hypernature proposes the radical idea that technology and nature exist on a single horizontal plane, and that they can continue to contaminate and mix with one another to produce new forms that are neither technological nor natural. Okay. Another idea that I would like to discuss with you is this concept of embodied intelligence. And this really has to do with how we think about intelligence in general, and specifically artificial intelligence, intelligence within computational systems. So our computational technologies today, the one the ones we use every day, every second, our cell phones, our computers, they are fundamentally based on a sort of Cartesian philosophy, where the hardware and the software are two separate layers, and the hardware of the machine serves the purpose of manifesting the software, which is sort of like the active part. And the passive part that's just sort of following instructions is the hardware. Of course, I'm really simplifying something very complex here. But the main idea is that for computation today, substrates are really not the active part of the machine. There is this idea that's really influential in the discourse around artificial intelligence, and it's this idea of substrate indifference. So it's the idea that intelligence is something that exists somewhere in an abstract functional space, and that can be created and reproduced across different substrates in the same way. So the substrate makes no difference in how intelligent a system is or in what way a system is intelligent. Interestingly, there have been many recent experiments and attempts to try to challenge this paradigm. And many of these attempts really focus on experimenting different substrates for computational systems. So instead of using silicon, a hard inorganic substrate, a lot of scientists and technologies are starting to experiment with living matter as a substrate for computation, and specifically living neurons, human neurons even, that can be grown thanks to new techniques in biotechnology directly on electrode arrays. And by exploiting the capacity of these neurons to form connections, scientists are capable of creating systems that can learn very efficiently, even more efficiently than the machines that we have today. And especially and significantly, I think, with much less consumption of energy. So this is an interesting example of this. Let me see if I can start it. No, the video doesn't go. Well, you can maybe look it up yourself, but this is a video, or it was supposed to be a video, of, oh, there it is, thank you. So this is a video of a video game, right? A video game you all know, the video game Pong. This game is being played in real time by neurons in a dish. And so what the scientists did essentially was to grow neurons over an electrode array that was capable of giving the neurons feedback on the position of the ball in the game. And gradually, through a process of learning, of reinforcement learning, almost like you would train a dog, basically, the neurons very quickly learned how to play the game. And scientists even noticed the capacity of the neurons to self-organize into different functional areas, one for perceiving where the ball is located and another for perceiving where the or how the paddle moves in the game. So we can see, I don't want to go, I don't have time to really go deep in this. It's a really fascinating example. But I think what I want to say is in these new systems, the substrate no longer serves as only passive, exclusively passive function, but it's actively participating in the process of learning. And so to really think a bit more culturally and conceptually about this idea of the substrate, I think there is a really important question that we should ask, and it's the question of whether substrates matter. Does it matter that we are organisms made of flesh and blood, or would it be the same if we were just strings of code in a machine? According to some scientists and researchers, life, for example, is nothing but a computational function. For example, you can see on the right, this is an image from an experiment that was created and led by scientists at Google DeepMind called Blaise Aguirre-Iarcas, where he produced a system of self-replicating programs. And based on this experiment, he has claimed that this proves and shows us that life is a computational process. Of course, this is a very compelling experiment, and it's a really fascinating one. But the implication of this way of thinking, I believe, can be dangerous also, because this way of thinking really leads us to disregard the material world, to look at the material world as solely a source of resource extraction instead of a place where agency and intelligence and action can actually emerge. So this is another example that maybe captures, I think, very well this idea of embodied intelligence. Maybe you've seen this experiment. It's been discussed widely also in the press. These are the first living robots. They're called xenobots, and they were produced from assemblages of frog embryo cells. And scientists observed that these clumps of cells spontaneously learned how to move around and even self-replicate autonomously without any external direction. What's interesting here is that this living substrate demonstrates the capacity of assembling and self-organizing in ways that really go beyond its genetic programming. So here we can really see in action the capacity of living matter to really self-organize, learn, act intelligently, and sort of be more than just a passive substrate for genetic instructions and information. So I hope I've given you a sort of overview through examples of what material agency could look like in emerging technologies. And I think, again, this is significant on multiple layers. It's significant on the level of technology and how we can construct new machines or something that comes after machines. But it's also significant and important, I believe, on the level of imagination and also aesthetically. What changes? What new ways of seeing the world and visualizing the future do we create once we leave the idea of the machine behind? Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's working? It works? Yes? Thank you so much, Laura. We have 15 minutes, if I'm right, for some, only 5, okay? For some questions, maybe 2 or 3 questions. So I want to open it up to the public.
Hi. Thank you so much for this talk. My question is, in the current times, we no longer talk about the Harry Oxman's biofabrication work, neither the Craig Venter's work on synthetic genomes, synthetic cells. What is your take on the novel post-humanism that we are inserting in the genetic engineering of the embodiment and the agencyalization of these things?
Well, so I think that my work is really focused on an engagement with matter that really tries to work across different systems, or at least like the ambition behind my research, and I'm not there yet, and it's really a work in progress, is trying to figure out if we can imagine ways or principles for engaging with material agency that really can work across different systems, right? So for example, I think that definitely genetic engineering is a fascinating technology that captures certain aspects of material agency, but also the risk there is that by focusing exclusively on the genetic material as the only agent within the biological organism or the biological being, then we disregard a lot of the other complexity that's occurring. So I think it's interesting now that, for example, a lot of synthetic biology is leaving behind, or, well, it's going beyond genetic engineering to think about more distributed forms of agency. And so Levin's work, for example, with xenobots is one great example of this. And I think like this resonates maybe also with like the world of design or architecture, like you were mentioning Neri Oxman. I think that, like, definitely what is needed now, like there's been a lot of experimentation with a lot of different materials. And we know, for example, that mycelium can do certain things and that, you know, silk can do other things. So I think that what we need now is like a bigger scale, a bigger picture sort of framework that can really work across different systems, across different scales. That would be the ambition, I think.
Thank you for this presentation, so interesting. I have two very quick questions. The first one would have to do with scale, right? So one of the recurrent terms that appear in your slides is multiscalarity complexity. So my question would be, if you think that we could connect these ideas with Karen Barat's quote, when she talks about intrascalarity instead of, intra-action instead of interaction, should we, or could we, think of intrascalarity, especially in a context of ecological challenges, since from an ecological perspective, the scales is not a matter of size, of course, it's a relational condition,
Definitely. Right? I think it's a very interesting idea. Oh, you want, do I answer this and then you give me the second question? Okay. I think it's a very interesting idea. Like, definitely the question of scale is, of course, not a linear question. It's not a matter of stacking up things, right? Otherwise, I mean, this is already happening. We're already like miniaturizing and stacking up a bunch of small things and making more complex processes. But if we don't take into account that different scales work in different ways, also throughout a larger system, then we're missing out on possibilities for example, creating more sustainable systems. So there are processes that can only occur at specific scales. So for example, bacterial metabolism is a fascinating process, right? Or microorganisms, algae, photosynthesis, for example. Photosynthesis, right? The example that I was showing you before of integrating photosynthesis in energy management of a system like a building. This requires not only having multiple scales, but also having scales that can do different things specifically and work together in a sort of symbiotic manner. So I think this is a very interesting way to think about this.
So the other question would be, how would you locate the idea of desire in all this lecture? Because once you were thinking or trying to make us think beyond functionality or these tool logics approach to matter, one of the things that exceed functionality for sure is desire. And I'm not thinking about individual desire, of course, in the same way you're thinking intelligence beyond individual or single or individual intelligence, no?
So it's interesting, this concept of desire. It reminds me of Luciana Parisi again. Her book that I was referring to earlier is called Abstract Sex, Feminism, Biotechnology, and the Mutation of Desire, or something like this, along these lines. So there is really this idea in her work, and it's something that I really like, of introducing desire not as something human, like I want this, I want that, right? Subjective, individual, and human, but as a general capacity and tendency of material systems to continually assemble and create new forms through contamination and association, what she calls sex, in this sort of cosmic way, right? And I think that this is exciting to me because we have an idea of technology that's really linear and deterministic. And once we introduce desire in this sense, the possibility of combination and association across realms and fields, then we really open the possibility of the new. And so technology is no longer a destiny that we're moving towards, but it's really like this open field. And I think this is really important right now.
I absolutely loved your presentation. My question is, if we take sort of the idea of material agency at the urban level, if we built cities from the principle, from the thinking of material agency and everything that is surrounding us, and take that approach, what possibilities might that offer for how we might redesign our cities? And what types of considerations would we be taking in the design of the cities that maybe we're currently not?
This is a huge question. I don't feel like I'm prepared to answer this. I definitely think that the concept of material agency has potential to be scaled up from the material level to the maybe architectural level to the urban level even. But I think that this is a work that will take time and a lot of translation across fields. So maybe one ambition or one desire that I have is to be able to find more spaces where people that look at problems from different angles and scales can come together and talk to each other about these issues. So I don't have an answer for you, but I think it's a really important question to ask, absolutely.
Actually, I might add to this one because it was related to something we talked before. Because one of the things I really like about your presentations, Texas, is the amount of concepts that you unfold, right? And quite recently, we had the luck to have a close friend, Jussi Parica, in Madrid talking about operational images. And at the end of his presentation, he mentioned the idea that concepts do also operate, right? So I really like this idea with your work, since many of the concepts that you brought today allow us to think about the world in different ways. And because of that, allow us to interact with the world in new ways, right? And among the concepts that you brought out today, there is one that I'm particularly interested, which is the concept of softness, right? And I would like to unfold or expand a little bit more about that. But because for me, and I think also for you, softness is not necessarily an intrinsic condition of an object or material. It's an interactive condition. Something can only be soft when you interact with it, right? So what are the conditions that the relational conditions that can define an object, a material, a city as soft?
This is a very interesting question. Thank you for bringing this up. So softness has been a very important concept for me. I think it's been my attempt to find an organizing concept, an organizing idea to conceptualize material agency in technology and beyond. And it really started from, I think it really started from a basic recognition that, okay, technology is becoming softer, like in a very haptic sense. Like robots were made of metal and now they're made of like hydrogels, and computers were made of silicon and now they're made of neurons. What's going on? Like what brings these different things together? And definitely these new technologies tend to engage with materials that are inherently capable of deformation, that change shape, they're plastic, and they have memory as a result of this. So because one important aspect of softness is that as soon as you have something soft, you have the capacity to perceive and remember. So to me, softness is already something cognitive, it's physical, but also already cognitive. But as you were saying, I think that one very useful way to think about softness is not to privilege certain specific materials over others, but try to think of softness as a form of relation with matter. So stone, rock, for example, is the epitome of the hard material. But if we look at mineral matter from different angles and on different scales, we can see that also mineral matter is soft. So for example, processes of crystallization are ways in which mineral matter manifests its softness, its capacity to grow and transform and change shape spontaneously. So I think that we should think of softness as a form of engagement with matter, where form is not imposed from the outside. So there is this concept that I really, again, a lot of concepts, that comes from a French philosopher of technology, Gilbert Simondon, and it's the idea of hylomorphism, which is the approach to matter where form and substance, form and matter are just separate things, and form is imposed over a passive material from the outside. So we have to overcome this hylomorphic approach to enable matter to manifest its own intrinsic softness, its own capacity for morphogenesis and transformation.
We might have for just one final class.
Thank you very much. It occurred to me that the notion of material agency not only talks to the future and novel concept, but also really folds back into original ideas about what distinguishes machines from other entities. So to think of the conceptualization of a machine as something with a singular purpose consisting of hard elements that can be replaced, maintaining the singular function, regardless of the, let's say, material embodiment, that kind of like translating this idea back also really changes the idea about technology. And I wonder if you could talk to that point.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
So it diffuses also the distinction between, original distinctions between living and non-living.
Yeah, you're touching on something absolutely important, which is a really deep epistemological question for me, which is, there is clearly like a feedback loop in our understanding of nature and organism and our understanding of technology and machine. So we make machines based on what we think organisms are, and then our machines tend to become paradigms through which we understand organisms. So for example, there is a lot of talking today about brains as computers. So we have computational models for the brain today, and this comes from the fact that we can make machines that are computers that exhibit certain functions. And so there is this mirroring that's always going on. And we can have, like, I think that it can go two ways. It either becomes a form of reductionism, where we tend to reduce organisms to a very fixed and predefined notion of what a machine is, or it can be like a reciprocity. It can be a co-evolving relationship where we allow both understandings to keep transforming one another. And that's, of course, the ideal scenario, and that's why, like, I think we need to keep interdisciplinary conversations open, because it really allows this mirroring to become evident.
Well, I think we run out of time, sadly.
Thank you so
but
much,
thank you so
everyone.
much, Laura. Please a round of applause. And now, just to wrap up, I want to invite Mariana, Nuno, and Federico to... And Rosa, please.
I had a last question for you, but I was not able to finish. No, but I think this context, no, you need to answer, no, because I think that it's too late. But how important is art for you, no, for your research? I think it's important also in this context, no. Thank you.
So let's have it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, it's...
So this is me.
Okay.
This is,
I think art,
this,
yeah.
I say bye-bye.
It's fundamental, of course. And I think, like, I had few examples from art in my presentation today. I think I could have brought in many more. For example, my thinking about spider silk has been really shaped by the work of Tommaso Saraceno. There is really so much in art, like, that participates, and really, like, what's interesting about art is that it creates a space where technology can be more than an instrument. And so we have a space where we can imagine useless machines that have no function. And these are the most useful machines because that is the space where you can imagine a future, right? And not just a use for a concrete scenario. So art is fundamental for me, and looking at artists' work is really precious and important. Thank you for the question.
Thank you again, Laura, for energizing an audience at 5:30 in the afternoon on a very cold day. Thank you. This was really outstanding. As they say, it's time to say goodbye. So I leave the words to Nuno.
Well, thank you everybody for being here. I think there are a few people that we still need. Eva, please come here. She's been running around all day.
And Uriel as well.
not just today, but I can tell you that she was doing pilots every day of the week. Thank you so much.
Eva is the soul of the Bauhaus of the sea sails.
Yeah.
So thank you.
And,
we also call Uriel Foguet on the stage.
Uriel,
was
Andrea,
essential for organization.
And what is Andrea?
Andrea Herjic, please come on the stage. And we also, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, from Magellan, who was also the partner that was responsible for communication. You can get better than this. So thank you. Also, Ana Paulo here, Hugo from Magellan.
Yes, and then of course, specifically for this event, we want to bring the team for Motion Space. So Julia, Madalena, Eleni, Christina, Sara, please come join us. Don't be shy. You're amazing. Mattia as well. Mattia, the technicians. And the sound technician with the best name in the world, Eros. So thank you. We've been having weekly meetings to prepare this event for the last, 3 months? And it's wonderful to have this multinational team prepare what happened today. And we all think it was very special. We also hope you leave inspired and informed and with a desire to do more.
And by the way, thank you, Federico.
So thank you all.
Thank you all.
And just to finish, also in name of TVA 21 Academy, TVA 21 and Ocean Space, a big thank to Federico, to Nuno, and to Mariana for running the bus. So thank you so much to all the working packages, all the sites, all the work, all the communities, the 18 partners that have been part of this adventure for the last 3 years, and all the communities that have been involved. Rosa also for being with us here today. I mean, the most important part, all of you for being here, holding the fort at almost 6 p.m. in the night. It's been a pleasure talking from TVA to be part of this. I think this is also part of the proof of what art can do in thinking about our environments, our coastal cities in different ways. So really looking forward to continue working around this. Yeah, and thank you so much, and hope to see you here or somewhere else pretty soon. Thank you.
Wait, can I just remember, there was a person that was super important for this, which was Marcus Reinman. He was not with us here today. So I wanted to thank Marcus. And finally, José Albagaria was the designer of the logo of the Bauhaus of the Seas, and Miguel Figueiro were with us in the original group. So thank you.
Sorry. Pilot teams, you can collect your objects now, because then everything is going to be out of here.
Close.